Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, City of Newberry. We are going to have a quick Board of Adjustment meeting. There's only one item on the agenda first, and then we're going to roll right into our regular City Commission immediately following that. We'll pass the gavel over to Mayor Marlowe. First, we're going to have a approval of the agenda, approval of the minutes from the June 14th meeting in 2021. We do not have any old business, and the new item titled Special Exception for Greenfield East Preschool Expansion, followed by comments and meeting adjournment. At this time, I'll entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved. Second.
Motion moved by Commissioner Coleman and seconded by Commissioner Farnsworth. Is there any discussion on the motion from the public? Any discussion on the motion to approve the agenda on the dais? Seeing none, motion passes. We need a motion also to the approval of the minutes. And anybody have any questions, comments about the minutes from the June 14th meeting?
Move to approve. Second.
A motion from Commissioner Clark, a second from Commissioner Farnsworth again. Any discussion on the dais with regards to the approval of the minutes? Hearing none, any from the public? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The motion passes unanimously. No old business, new business. Special exception for Greenfield East Preschool expansion. This is actually a quasi-judicial public hearing. We've got this handy little chart that I've got to go through, read legalistically. So just bear with me while I kind of walk through the motion there. The city attorney or the chair will read into the record the ordinance, resolution by title and number of the applicant's name, file number, and subject to the matter to be decided if there is no ordinance or resolution. Then the city attorney or the chair will explain the rules concerning the testimony. Primarily, the substantial and competent evidence must be met with or when the board makes a decision and shall state the following. All public testimony will be taken under oath. Everyone testifying will be subject to cross-examination. All documents and exhibits shall be entered into the evidence. The giving of opinion testimony is limited to experts. Closing arguments will be limited to the evidence of record. Then the city attorney or the chair shall explain the procedure and the orders of presentation. The applicant staff and applicants requesting to speak may be collectively sworn at the beginning of the hearing by the city attorney or the designee. So we'll do that in just a minute. We'll also have a disclosure of ex parte communications and disclose whether any member physically inspected the property. So here's the presentation order. We'll do a staff overview. Applicant present will give their application. There's no time limit for that. The staff report and recommendation, no time limit for that. Third-party intervener. I have not been notified by anybody wishing to claim third-party intervener status. Then we'll have 3-minute public comment. The applicant may then cross-examine. The party interveners may cross-examine. Staff may cross-examine. Members of the decision-making body through the chair may ask questions of the staff, applicant, or the participants. Then the final arguments will be made by the applicant, party interveners, and then any staff related solely to evidence and testimony presented at the hearing and introduced into the record. The city attorney will advise the decision-making body as to the applicable law and the factual findings that must be made to approve or deny the application. Closing will be the deliberations in the application, and then after deliberations, a vote shall be taken to approve with conditions, continue, or deny the application. At this time, Mr. or Madam City Clerk, would you like to swear anybody in who is going to be giving any testimony? At this time, we need everybody to rise and raise their right hand who wishes to be speaking on this topic so they can be sworn in.
Okay, please state your name, starting with my left. Wendy International Charity. Do you hereby swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Do you have anything to say?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Attorney, you ready to read?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
This is a resolution of the City of Newberry, resolution number 2022-01. A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Newberry, Florida, serving as the Board of Adjustment of the City of Newberry, Florida, considering an application for a special exception within an agricultural A zoning district as authorized under Section 4.4.5 of the City of Newberry Land Development Regulations to allow expansion of an existing child care facility on certain lands within the corporate limits of the City of Newberry, Florida, repealing all resolutions in conflict and providing an effective date. The appropriate motion at the appropriate time, Mr. Chair, is to pass Resolution 2022-01 as read by title only.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney.
Yes, sir.
You ready to go?
Thank you.
Is your clicker ready to go?
My clicker is ready.
Oh, yeah.
So this-
Wendy, before you get started, let me just go through the ex parte.
I personally know Jamie and my grandchildren go to their school. Any problem there, Scott? It has no bearing on mine.
No.
I do not either.
None.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much. And now we can do staff overview, I believe.
So this is an application for a special exception by Jamie Tate for the for the daycare that's located on the south side of Newberry Road. It's a proposed expansion for the existing facility, which is about 2,550 square feet, and they're hoping to expand to about 5,750 square feet. It's on an acre, and the location of the property you can see here on the south side of Newberry Road, just on the west side of 218th. There are various items that we've discussed with the Planning and Zoning Board on this kind of thing. It's in your staff report, looking at the type of the water and wastewater, that water is across the street, wastewater is on the north side, that's available through Newberry Oaks subdivision, through the Equestrian Center. There's electric service provided by Clay Electric, and of course our solid waste service through the New River Solid Waste Facility. And then the Greenfield Preschool is served by well and septic tank, and the applicant can address that. Alachua County permits the well and septic tank, and the preschool's capital improvement planning is, they've looked at providing for water and wastewater in the future, as well as paving the parking lot. Ingress and egress, looking at that, just briefly, that the access is from Newberry Road. They do have a secondary access on 218th Street, which is primarily for emergency access or for parent parking. They do have an agreement with the other property owners, and they have been helping to maintain that portion of the road up to where their access is. Site and development plan is required, and it has been provided along with the construction plans that were submitted with the application. The Greenfield Preschool East does have various information provided in their application, in the packet, that speaks to hours of operation, which would be the same as they currently are, that they do meet the state licensing requirements and would continue to do so with the expansion, and the capacity is expected to increase from 58 to 101 children. They have a wait list of children as well, and they are expecting to increase their capacity as far as with the employees. I'll leave it at the site and development plan, and I'm going to let the applicant go ahead and make their presentation, and then I can come back and complete staff's presentation.
Okay.
Is it stay on? Is it on still? Okay. Good evening. I do not have an official presentation, but I am here to answer any questions. I just wanted to say thank you guys for taking the time to review this, and the city staff has been amazing in helping us with this process. So if you have any questions for me, I'm here to answer whatever you guys need. Jamie Tate.
The applicant has submitted with their application the site and development plan, which shows for the expansion, the building, where it will, the existing building, you can see in the hashed lines on the site plan. And behind that building is where the proposed expansion is. So it's not visible from the front of the development on State Road 26. The comprehensive plan consistency is met by being consistent with the comprehensive plans goals, objectives, and policies, and with the private property rights requirements that that you've recently adopted. The land development regulations speak to the agriculture district and allowing child care facilities as a special exception. And specifically, special exceptions are used to permit a certain use that would not otherwise be allowed in a zoning district, but only would be allowed with certain conditions that are included as part of the approval, and those would be met as part of that special exception. And conditions that are attached to a special exception, as you have in your resolution that's in your packet, they can address things like the use and the location. They address the safety and welfare of the community at large and the surrounding area. And they can also look at specifically the area, the location, the relationship to the neighborhoods, promotion of public health, safety, and welfare. The Board of Adjustment, when looking at approving or denying a special exception, contemplates the impact on the surrounding areas and other businesses. And as part of that, you make findings of fact that are included in your resolution as to whether you were to approve or deny that application. And right now you have specific findings related to granting the special exception that are included in your resolution. The application was submitted and reviewed by staff and has been determined to meet the documentation and site and development plan requirements, including demonstrated compliance with child care requirements in our code. The state's recommended conditions. Okay, I need to settle down, breathe. It's always just like this every single time. It's just nothing like public speaking. But the staff recommended action is to adopt the resolution with certain conditions, and those are in your packet. They're included as part of the Planning and Zoning Board's report and recommendation that you have as Attachment A. And those included types of conditions address the requirement to comply with life safety requirements of fire departments, conditions. The potable water system would, in order to connect to that, if it's within 800 feet, it would have to connect within 12 months. There are requirements also for wastewater, a connection within 12 months of being accessible, which would be 800 feet from the property. Also, if the water and wastewater is extended to the applicant's property, if they would agree to provide public utility easement. And the applicant also may continue to discharge the wastewater to the on-site septic system that's permitted and approved through the county, and until such time that they actually connect to central water and sewer. The recommendation of the Planning and Zoning Board was for approval. They voted for an additional condition as a part of that recommendation. And that condition had to do with FDOT and the access to State Road 26, saying that recommendation would be that prior to any building permits, that the applicant would provide documentation from DOT, Florida Department of Transportation, of their compliance with any state access requirements that may be applicable to the expanded daycare. However, it's noted that the daily trip generation to be able to require a traffic study is at least 500 trips. And in this case, the daycare does not generate that many trips. If you had, based on their numbers, with 100 students and with their employees, if they were to do multiple trips, which normally they don't, and there's brothers and sisters, and they're not all there at the same time, even that would be about 400 trips. So it doesn't go as far as the 500 minimum to trip the actual traffic study. So staff has not recommended or required a traffic study at this time, though of course you're welcome to include something to that effect, but we would recommend against that because it's really, the DOT is not going to require them to do a traffic study based on the expansion that they're proposing now. And so the recommendation of staff is to approve the resolution without that additional condition number 8 that's in your packets. So you would recommend that, if you would include that in the motion if you were to exclude that condition. So if you have any questions, happy to try to answer them for you.
Yep,
Oh, we're going to go to the next slide.
Right.
We got those.
All right.
I got a few
No
questions.
ram won't sit in his pasture.
Yeah, Wendy, you can come back.
Wait a minute, wait a minute.
Oh,
Yeah, we got a.
oh, we're not?
So that's the hearing of the staff report and the recommendation. Like I said, I did not have anybody contacting me for third-party intervener status. Did anybody contact you? No. Okay. And we'll actually, to the point where we'll take any public comment, if there is any public comment.
Naeem Arched, citizen of Newberry, also the chair of your planning and zoning board. I wanted to just get on the record. I did speak to the mayor about this, but I believe the planning and zoning board asked that, we have the recipient contact FDOT, and I'm kind of happy to hear that, the study shows that it's not required, and I'm hoping that this is something that we can approve because we want to, as a citizen, I am stating urgency to, let's promote business growth in Newberry. And I think this particular business itself has shown that they care about the community, they care about the well-being of our kids, and it would only be right, to show them, hey, we support you and want you to grow your business in Newberry, and, tackle down other daycares. So I just wanted to make that as a public comment, saying that as a citizen, I would like to see more support from our dais like we have seen of growing our businesses. So thank you.
Any other public testimony? Or public comment, I should say. All right, seeing none. Cross-examination. Miss Jamie, did you hear anything that you wanted to refute, cross-examine, anything from staff? Okay, fairly in line with what you were saying? Okay. Are you wanting to cross-examine yourself?
I'd love to, no.
All right, we can move to the question and answer period at this point from the dais to the staff. Commissioner Farnsworth, you had something? Is this a Wendy?
Wendy?
All right, come on back up. Trying to get your steps in for you.
I like it. I'm counting every step.
Who came up with the 400 trip count?
That's from the ITE, the Transportation Engineering's handbook.
Okay. And we denied an application for a school just east of this property because they couldn't hook into a sewer and water. So why should we approve this one?
This recommendation is for hooking up to water and sewer when it reaches that requirement that's provided in our code.
But we didn't do that with that other piece of property.
I can't speak to that.
That was a new piece.
Yeah, no.
So I'm not sure. Mike New.
Do you hereby swear affirm the testimony that's about to be given is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
You have to do swear.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry I didn't get sworn earlier, but it's a great question. The Newberry Christian School was not approved by this board, and in our letter disapproving them, we cited 3 reasons why. One is that we thought that the intensity that they were proposing in terms of the number of school children greatly exceeded what is being proposed in this application. I believe this one is somewhere around 100, 101 kids. They proposed significantly more. We couldn't get the fire protection available to that school. It was 3 miles away, and they were proposing to use classrooms for portables. So that was one of the reasons cited. The traffic on 186th, which is an unimproved roadway, was the second reason, and the third was the septic system, which again would be 6 times larger than what was proposed to this. This commission determined that that would put an unacceptable strain on the aquifer and the environment at that time. So we just see the scale, and one, there is fire protection available to this school. It's an existing use. We're expanding it. They're proposing to expand it, double it in size, but fire protection is available. Water and sewer will be available for connection within a 1-year time frame. Maybe sewer is going to be out close to 2 to 3 years, but all of those things are in the works. Not true for Newberry Christian Academy. Now, that was 6 years ago, and utilities are closer, but it's probably still a 25-year effort to get water and sewer out to Newberry, where they were proposed to build that school.
Thank you. Commissioner Maison?
Yeah. When is the build out for this, if it gets approved?
You can, or it doesn't matter.
I prefer Jamie Tate.
You would.
I would.
Can you repeat your question, please, sir?
Oh, when is the build out? The date?
So we are hoping to have at least phase 1 of the build out complete before August of 2022. And the reason for that is just because the timelines of when you enroll students or families are enrolling students, it's necessary to have it before, the school time frame. So we are hoping that as soon as you guys approve this, that we would be able to have our plans approved as well, which things have already been submitted, that we would be able to start right away.
How does this affect the district overlay? If it's August and say we do get to an earlier district overlay, I mean, if it's that tight, it'd be an overlay district.
Yes. Yes.
Brian Thomas.
Do you hereby swear or affirm testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
You have to do this one.
For the record, when the commission meeting starts, let's just go ahead and all swear in.
I knew I should have, but, Mr. Chair, as far as the overlay district goes, the vast majority of this additional structure will be behind the existing structure. It won't be visible from Newberry Road, and so it wouldn't technically fall under necessarily the new guidelines anyway, because the primary structure is already in front of it,
Okay.
in a nutshell.
No, you're fine. So the only other thing that I was going to add was, because one thing was the traffic they brought up. So I don't think the preschools, from me traveling this in, works as the same as a regular public school. Meaning, not all your kids are going to be letting out at the same time. So you're not going to have that traffic coming out on Newberry Road. It's going to be staggered, correct?
Correct. So for drop-off and pickup, the traffic is staggered all day long. We do not have like designated times where they all have to be there by 7:45 in the morning. Or the issue that we deal with at the west location is Oakview's drop-off, because it is extremely busy right there for Oakview, right in front of the preschool too. And just the few families that we have coming at that time, it is congested. But we do not have a specific drop-off time at all. So we can drop off anywhere from 6:30 till kind of whenever you want to, and the pickup is the same way, and our hours are 6:30 to 6:30 like they are now.
That was just for the public. That's all I have.
Mr. Chair,
Just,
I want to ask, Brian, when you come back up, I want to ask a follow-up, because I think Commissioner Maison is asking a good question. And I think your answer sets a precedent that I just want the commission or the Board of Adjustment to be aware of, because in my experience, usually when someone renovates a building to a certain percentage of the building, they have to come up to whatever the standard is. Your answer is because the renovations are going on the back, it's not going to affect the overlay district. Now, if someone else comes to us 2 years from now and they say, well, I'm in the overlay district, but I'm only putting something in the back and building onto the back, we're not going to take that opportunity to say, well, we need you to clean up the front because you're changing, I can't remember what it is, 25 or 50% of the structure.
That's,
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, that is an excellent point, and oftentimes we do make that kind of a requirement under certain circumstances. This being the time, the minimal time that they had to get the project underway and get going, and the fact that we aren't going to have the actual overlay district in place until probably the end of May. which we'll address soon. And again, most of the building being behind the existing structure, we didn't feel it was necessary to necessarily require that for this particular instance. For most, we might. For this particular one, we didn't think it was necessary.
I mean, we're hearing the same thing from every applicant though, right? I've got to move, you're costing me money, I got to go right now. And we've so far asked everyone that's asked to develop in that district to give us the opportunity to finish that overlay district or to sign an agreement saying that they would increase their development to the overlay districts when that is set. Why wouldn't we take that same stance here? That seems like that would split the baby and allow the renovations to happen in the back. I'm not sure exactly how the overlay district would affect this development, but that's kind of the point of asking people to give us that opportunity to slow it down. And this this would be the only shot at this opportunity to say you got to meet the overlay district standards, right? Because if this board says yes without that stipulation, then it would fall into a grandfathered in category as everyone else that's already existing in that corridor will fall into.
Basically, I think, Mr. Weir, the primary reason was the plans are already submitted and under review. We just didn't necessarily think that it applied the same way because all of the advance agreements that we are requiring right now are for new structures. We haven't contemplated any existing structures at this time.
I'm really scared of that answer because every application that we've said that to has had their application in. Are we accepting that as if you got the application? I mean, this body's been really clear since we started a visioning session that we wanted the opportunity to work through the visioning session and implement what the people told us before. So now you're saying if you had just an application in before, that exonerates you from living up to that standard? From my perspective, we've been really clear with everybody. Give us the opportunity to get these overlay standards so we know everybody's playing by the same rules, everybody's operating under the same expectation.
Well, that's key to be consistent in our application of those regulations and in our intentions. In this case, it's a special exception which allows you to place conditions so you don't need a separate agreement. You can add a condition that says you'll comply with these the intent of those regulations, because right now in some of those agreements it's stated that gives them an idea of kind of buffering and no metal buildings and that kind of thing visible from the state road. So we put that in there, but we say that if you don't develop and you don't come in to do that until after the new regulations are adopted, then you'd have to comply with the new ones. Otherwise, you comply with these couple of things that say we're not putting metal buildings right on the road, we're doing certain landscaping. So we can add that kind of thing as a condition of the special exception. You don't have to do a separate agreement because remember, those are other straight zonings, or if they had planned developments, we were able to add conditions in that. But in this case, with the special exception, we can do that. The key is that the applicant is ready and already in process. They've already got their site and development plan approved, submitted as a part of this. Okay. Not approved, excuse me, but
I haven't seen
the process is part of the special exception. It's not a separate process going to come back. So in this case, it's part of the special exception to enable them to proceed with their plans. They've already submitted construction plans and their site and development plan.
Okay.
But you can add a condition if you want, and we can put that language in there as the standard language you've been putting in the others.
Well, I mean, it's up to the Board of Adjustment whether to do that. I would simply say there hasn't been an applicant that's come through in the past 2 or 3 months that we haven't been really, really clear with that. So we would be breaking from what we've asked just about everybody else to do. And our message to staff has been to please don't let the applicants get here until it's done. So I'm just trying to be consistent, and I don't want something to slip through the cracks. And I don't want someone else, that may be in the audience tonight, because we're probably going to have this conversation about the overlay districts frequently tonight. to say, well, wait a minute, I just sat through a Board of Adjustment meeting, you didn't hold that person to that standard, why do I have to do it?
Mr. Chair, to the mayor's point, the primary reason, I think, is because the difference in type of applications, number one, that we've looked at. Number one, the ones that the applications we've applied this standard to have been land use and zoning changes. They haven't been actual construction applications. This one, they've already got their application in under review for actual construction. As soon as they get their approval on the site plan, assuming they get it tonight, they're going to be in tomorrow looking for the building permits to actually get going. And so there's a big difference between somebody bringing in a set of conceptual plans for a preliminary master plan on land use and zoning, which then will be many, many months down the road before they come back with actual design standards, versus somebody who's actually trying to go immediately to construction.
Brian,
So
how
that was
long have
one,
we,
and then-
how long have we been working with the applicant on this? Because I guess my concern is staff still communicating to people when they come in? Because it sounds like the applicant has been working with the city for a long time here on this, and we still haven't said, hey, we're doing an overlay district, and you're probably gonna have this conversation? Because you're giving me an urgency as if this is brand new information and it's gonna hold everybody up. We've been having this conversation for a long time now. We want to protect the look and feel of our entryway corridor, and we've asked staff to communicate that to everybody. So I'm trying to figure out if there's a miscommunication between us and the applicant, or, I mean, if she's been working on this for 6 months and we failed to say it to her, well, then the problem's on us, and you might be right, we gotta let one slide.
Mr. Mayor, we became planning in terms of the planning process, we became aware of it in early December. I think there's also, too, a primary difference between the type of things that are required to be upgraded when they reach a certain threshold. For instance, Florida Building Code requires if you reach 50%, if you're going to renovate a structure to 50% or more of its value, then you have to bring the entire structure up to the current code. That's a state requirement, state law in the building code. As far as our codes go, there's a lot more leeway involved. It's not a mandate that if you go over certain, unless you're talking about things like non-conforming uses. And so the commission has more leeway, especially in the granting of a special exception, to either make those requirements or not make those requirements. And so, again, I didn't think when we were talking about it in staff level, we didn't think that it fell under the same requirements as the applications that are coming in for land use and zoning on significant developments that are coming from scratch, whereas this one is going immediately to construction, but they're also building a structure behind an existing structure that we didn't believe would be required to change, to make those changes.
Okay, I mean, I think this is why I'm pushing so hard to let's get this this overlay district conversation done, because we keep having things come through, and once it's there, it's there. And I'm not saying anything. This looks like an attractive school to me. I think they're doing a great job, but it seems like we're gonna hit, until we get this overlay district set, we're gonna keep having a lot of these types of issues as people along that corridor say, well, I'm here, I just want to add on a new building. So I'm grandfathered in, my new building is grandfathered in, right? I mean, we might be talking about one of those tonight on 27, and that's probably going to be the argument. Well, part of my structure is here, so I'm already grandfathered in. My new part of the structure doesn't have to live up to the overlay district. So I think we are in a moment of confusion in our city, and trying to treat everybody fairly and make sure everybody is living up to the same standard is going to be tough. And I'm just front loading that we're making other issues on the agenda tonight where we're being asked the exact same thing. And, I would ask the commission to try to be somewhat consistent here as we go through and treat every applicant in somewhat the same manner. It is a special exception, so they get the opportunity to say, I'm a little bit different, and I agree with everything that Brian said. I'm already here. It seems like some of those landscaping requirements in the overlay district, could be possible. I guess that's my pitch. I really would stress to staff to please talk to every applicant about the overlay district And let's have some of these conversations before the applicant gets in here and we're trying to figure this out on the fly. It's not fair to the applicant, it's not fair to the Board of Adjustment either.
Can I say something, Mr. Chair?
Commissioner Clark, floor.
I'd like to say, and I hear the mayor talking about the overlay district, but Ms. Tate, you mind coming up here? I would say this as trying to keep the city consistent with what's going on. Your school is very nice in what you've done with the old church building. And the things you have done with the outside looking from that road continue to get better. I see improvements. I know you're continuing to improve the parking lot along with this here. So even with this here, this special exception tonight, I sit here and I think in my mind that what you're going to get is what you need to promote your business and to keep growing. But I'm also asking, do you have plans to do your frontage just like you do your other school in time, some landscaping or anything to keep up with the city's codes?
Yes, so
Thank
we have many plans to do that. So the west location is, there were no stipulations at our time of approval for that, but we are continuing to improve that through parking, landscaping, different things within, the front of our buildings. The same plan is for the east location. There are, I guess you want to call them beautification projects that are in our plans. A lot of that includes landscaping. It is something that is important to us also. So I'm sure most of the things that you guys are requiring or asking with this project is something that we already have in the plans. And I'm happy to, discuss those as we go further along. Ours are kind of preliminary now, but we do have those projects and we constantly have ongoing projects. Every couple of months at the preschool, we have a different project to, just make it a better either looking or performing business.
And I just, from your standpoint, thank you.
Thank you. Good.
Any other further discussion here on the dais? Commissioner Farnsworth.
So is there any way to put a condition in that they adhere to the new standards once the overlays implemented?
Yes, we can approve with conditions. You'd have to just come up with some language to do that, or ask the staff to bring that back to us,
Yeah, can the staff,
I believe.
are we able to postpone this until the,
I think we can do it. I think we can accomplish it without having to postpone it. You just make it part of the motion that I approve it with those conditions, and as long as the applicant agrees, it sounds like she is already in agreement that she makes it to the overlay districts once they're written,
And, Mr.
which
Chair,
would be consistent with what we've asked everybody else to do.
and keeping in mind that a condition can be placed on that, but if it were to be all developed before that code was implemented, then we would have those landscaping requirements that we are already asking people to meet in anticipation of those code changes. So what I'm saying, in other words, if they were to do it all now and we adopt something several months from now, you're not going to tell them, now you have to go back and change your building and change everything. You're just, we already have some standards we're trying to, that are preliminary, or starting points for our code changes. So we are asking everyone to meet those now.
Okay. Commissioner Farnsworth, did you have some particular language you wanted the board to entertain?
I'm not sure what the appropriate name would be.
Mr. Chair, I would suggest that the motion simply be to accept the recommended action with an additional condition that the applicant adhere to the overlay district standards once those are created. And I think our staff could give a really good sort of outline of, 90% of what's going to be there, so that she could already know what that is. But recommended action with a conditional condition the applicant agrees to adhere to the overlay district standards once created.
I mean, primarily the conditions, a good majority of them are going to be aesthetic, in my opinion. They are things that are going to be going in towards the end of the timeline. You don't start, putting in landscape before you start building or any of that. So a lot of the last minute stuff. Does staff feel like there's appropriate time between now and August to try to get that aligned with the applicant?
We can put a condition in here that they comply with the principles that we're already putting in all of the development agreements.
Right.
Now. And then if for some reason they were still developing at the time of the code was adopted, then you could say, well, we can craft the language to say that
Right.
if you're going, just like we do in all the development agreements, saying if you don't come through until after the code's adopted, then you're going to have to comply with everything. Otherwise, if you're now, then you have to do these certain landscaping things and certain design standards. And we can put that language similar to what we already have in the development agreements.
Okay. Well, we're still under the deliberation period.
Can I ask one
Does-
question, Chair?
Yes, sir.
Is Ms. Tate good with that?
I don't know technically what I think.
I mean, we're just talking aesthetics here, Wendy, mainly.
We would just want to make sure that we will put that language in as a condition, but that's what we're talking about, the aesthetics, not talking about construction. We already know that no metal buildings are to be.
Yes, but
And she's fine.
so I just want to go that Ms. Tate understands and we're good with this?
Yes, the few things that I know
Yes.
that would be required,
Yes.
I'm okay with. Like,
Okay.
I mean, it's not a metal building. There's other things, that she mentioned that were part of that are not even in the plans. So
Okay.
we're okay with what I do know of it.
Okay.
And that's all we need.
And I think.
Yes, okay, so she said that's all that they know too. So I am
That's
fine
the
with those
difficult
for now.
part with moving forward while we're still doing this, because we don't know
Right.
what those are. I think that contextually, what I'm hearing from the commission, what we've been talking about for a building that's renovating, we would be talking about aesthetics, we'd be talking about landscaping, signage, those kinds of things that we are asking everyone to sort of increase. And I don't know that for you it would necessarily be an increase, because your projects do look very attractive already. But up here, I can't say, well, I know what you do, so you just go do what you do already. But the next guy, I'm going to hold your feet to the fire. So we're having a conversation without knowing what the end goal here is. But I think that we might, and maybe I'd ask Scott to help me craft the language here. We want the applicant agrees to adhere to the aesthetic landscaping, facade portion, signage portions, the visible portions of the development in the overlay district. I don't know, I'm drafting on the fly here, which I don't like to do. But
And just to be clear too, like Commissioner Martin said, is that the landscaping is usually the end of the project. So we do have time for that. I don't have any specific plans. Usually we have bigger ideas for our projects, but I mean, we don't have any at this moment, so that can be something that is held off till the end of the project more so. And the signage that we have there, I don't have plans to change that until it is required or needed, but at the time, it is only 5 years old and it's, so, but if it ends up being required, it's not an issue for us to have to do.
I think staff, you've given staff considerable direction on that. I think we can include that as the mayor just stated into the resolution.
Feel like you have appropriate direction with regards to recommendation, addition. Any further deliberation here on the dais? Does any of the parties wish to make a closing argument or anything like that? Okay. Jamie? No? Okay. And Mr. Attorney, could you advise the decision-making body of the appropriate applicable law and factual findings?
Competent and substantial evidence, Mr.
Any
Chair.
further deliberations on the dais? Okay, so the recommendation on the floor is without condition number 8 from the staff. Is that what we're accepting, but we are adding on a further condition as discussed with regards to the overlay design standards?
With the staff.
Okay, that's what's on the floor, that's what we're voting on. Commissioner Coleman, how do you vote?
I'm sorry, hang on, Mr. Chair. One, do we have a motion and a second? I heard Monty was, did you even make a
I never
motion?
moved, no, I never moved.
I don't think we have a motion on the floor.
Move to approve.
Clark made the motion, Commissioner Maison or board member Maison. Has a second? Okay. All right, Commissioner Coleman, how do you vote?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. I was, I was directed by the P and Z had one other stipulation that I was supposed to confirm. When Wendy, you were here at the P and Z, there was a question, are you listening? Just want to make sure you're, the P and Z wanted to know that when you weren't here, we knew that there was an agreement with the neighborhood, but I think it was Member Baker said, do we have that written down? Now, do we have an actual agreement? Because we have a lot of talk about that road with the neighborhood. They wanted to make sure that the Weisman application wasn't going to use that neighborhood, and they all showed up. So do we have do we have something written down about that agreement? Or is there anyone here on that road so we just want to make sure we confirmed that?
It's a verbal agreement, is my understanding from Jamie Tate. But because of the prescriptive use of that road and all these years that that's been used, there's no reason that she would not be using that up to where her entrance into the property is.
Okay. All right.
We have checked on that.
Okay. Because that somehow didn't make it into conditions, but the P and Z had asked for that to be a condition. But you're saying we're just not going to do what P and Z asked there on that one? Because I'm pretty sure Baker requested it. Is that,
Mr. Chair?
hang on one second.
At this point, go ahead and swear.
Okay.
Yeah, now he's giving testimony.
Do you either swear or affirm the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Naeem Rached, at this point, Chair of the Planning and Zoning Board. The motion, that did not make it into the motion. It was a discussion. However, what was put in the motion was a request that the applicant discuss with FDOT the traffic. There was nothing else other than, we did discuss with the neighbors. We got confirmation from the applicant that she is a good neighbor, had discussions with her neighbors about the situation, about her growth. However, it never made it to the motion because at that point, from our direction from staff and from the applicant, that wasn't something that we would have to keep proceeding. So the only thing that made it to the motion was the request for FDOT, a discussion with FDOT, which staff already proved that was not necessary at this point.
All right, thank you. Any other comment? Okay. Okay. Okay.
I'm done.
All right, so we have the motion on the floor with the condition. Commissioner Maison, how do you vote?
Yes.
Commissioner Clark?
Yes.
Commissioner Coleman?
Yes.
Commissioner Farnsworth?
Yes.
I vote to approve as well. Motion passes unanimous. Hold on, we're not done yet. Done with new business. The next item on the agenda is comments. City Manager?
I just some comments. It's kind of following up on that agenda item, but I felt it wasn't appropriate necessary to introduce into the record during consideration of that item. Just an explanation following up on what Brian said. A couple things. This application did come into the city less than a month ago. We got it put on the P&Z agenda in 3 weeks through the holiday season. And the reason we did that, we talk with every applicant that comes in about sense of urgency. If you're trying to change land use and zoning and you explain to us your sense of urgency, we know that you can't do anything without site plans and construction plans, and that's just a different sense of urgency. When you're going through a land use change and a rezoning change, we know that you're still 6 months from breaking ground. In this case, it was an existing business, and we know from years of experience with them that August 1 is a critical time. So we got it on the agenda as quickly as we could because we understand from the commission that that is your direction. If we can jump through hoops to get an application, and I will own that we missed a step or two, and that is on staff, and we'll take accountability. for that. But I also want to distinguish very clearly between a special exception and a site plan, which is capable of starting construction tomorrow. In fact, we have reviewed their building plans, and we haven't issued a building permit because it's inappropriate to do so until this board approves the special exception. But they should be able to pick up their building permit tomorrow because we understand the sense of urgency, and we are trying to help this business get their CO by August the 1st because that coincides with the school year, and that's how they need to operate. So I just wanted to make sure that we're operating as the commission wants us to, which is unique for municipal government, that we hear people's sense of urgency, and when we understand that things are drop dead critical, but we can make it happen, we do. And that when someone says, hey, I got to get this rezoning request in because I plan to start construction in 8 months, just a different sense of urgency to city staff. And we'll try to filter through that, and we try to communicate that to the commission when we bring these applications in front of you. So just some comments on that. I think Brian also addressed that the hard and fast rules are if you perform 50%, if the value of your work is more than 50% of the value of the building you're working on, there's state law that triggers certain things happening. When it comes to a site where you have one building and a second building and how the city's code applies, that's really the discretion of the commission. And I think the way our code currently reads is, if you're working on a site and you don't touch building A and you propose building B, we don't require you to do anything with building A today. Now, when the city does its overlay standards, we may. The commission may say, hey, if you're touching the site and you're doing 50% or 70% or whatever you pick, then we want you to adjust the whole site, including the existing buildings on site. But I would tell you that's not anything close to what staff could have foreseen in the creation of this overlay district. So, you know, our takeaways are we have tried to be diligent in stressing to businesses that come forth about the work that the commission is doing, and we ask every application, can they delay? And in this case, the answer was no, we cannot. We need to be open by August 1st. We need more space. We are turning people away. So staff accelerated it to get it here. So thank you for the opportunity to share those comments.
Happy birthday, Mike. Thank you. You're welcome.
Any further comments? Your head nod? No. Any further comments from the public? Seeing none, the Board of Adjustment is adjourned. We're going to move right into the commission meeting in about 5 minutes so we can get everything switched around.
Scheduled City Commission meeting to order of January 11th. I have no additions, changes, or amendments to the agenda as it was published to the public. Do I have a motion from the floor to approve the agenda? Motion from Commissioner Maison, second from Commissioner Coleman. Are there any questions or comments on the motion on the floor from the dais? Hearing none, the question, comments from the motion on the floor from the public. Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Motion passes unanimously. I'm going to ask Mr. Tim Barton if he'd please go down to the podium and provide tonight's invocation for us. As he does, if everyone would please rise for the invocation and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance, which will follow immediately. Mr. Martin from Destiny Community Church, thank you for being here with us tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can we please bow our heads? Father, Lord, thank you for bringing us here tonight safely. Thank you for bringing us together to do the business of the work in the shadow of you. We ask that you ordain our steps, that we follow the likeness of your Son, your sacrifice, Jesus Christ, in our decision-making posture tonight. We ask for your blessing over this meeting and the Pledge of Civility. We ask for your blessing over this city and this community at large. We know there are plenty of things that are going on today, both good and bad, and we wish to have our problems brought to you, and we ask for your favor upon this community and its acts. We ask this in the sacrifice of your Jesus. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, we have one presentation tonight. It's about Champions Park update. Mr. Blaylock from Rad Sports. Oh, you're going to introduce Mr. Blaylock from Rad Sports. Go ahead, Travis.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. Like Mayor Marlowe said, Richard Blaylock, operator of Champions Park, is here tonight to provide us with a 2021 update on the performance of the park, his contract, etc. So without further ado, Richard.
Mr. Blaylock, it's good to see you again.
Yeah,
Hope
you
you had a
too,
great
Mayor.
Christmas and Happy New Year. Look
You as
forward to
well.
all the projects you've got going, but this one in particular.
Yeah, right. Thank you, Mayor and Commission, for having the opportunity to come and catch you up on the progress of where we're at Champions Park. Real quick, before I start, Will Hooper is here with me tonight. He is now our operations manager at the park. So he is there on a daily basis, handling business. So with that said, technology here. Okay, 2021 in review. I got a bunch of slides, but I promised Travis that I would go through them really quick so we could get questions and move forward. So in 2021, we ran 21 weekends of events, 23 total events, and we ran over 1,029 teams through the park this year. Before I forget, I really want to say thank you to this governing body for giving us the opportunity to be able to be open and do it safely to where we could put together the events and bring people to Newberry. So this year, one of the main focuses on the first year that we had, we made an effort and a commitment that we would go after more events that were 2, 3, 4-day events, and we've now accomplished that and then continue to grow. We had showcases this year in camps that we had over 150 colleges that came to Newberry, came to the facility. Every SEC school was represented at one point. Every ACC school was represented because of a group that we pulled from Chicago. Most of the Big Ten, Arizona State, University of Washington, many more came to the park. And just a quick story, the University of Washington coach, he told me on that Saturday morning that when the COVID restrictions were lifted on D1 schools on that Friday, he knew he was going to get on a plane and go somewhere in the country to watch softball, and he ended up in Newberry, Florida, from Spokane, Washington. During that event, he offered 2 girls scholarships while he was here. So we continue to get bailouts On a Tuesday night, we got a call from Premier Girls Fast Pitch. A storm was moving into Seminole County in Orlando where they were at. They knew they were going to get rained out. And because they know we have carpet in fields, they knew that we would be able to get the events in. I get a call at 7 o'clock on Tuesday night. We pull all of our guys in. We get the park ready. Friday night, 80 teams rolled in. I forgot to call the restaurants, and believe me, on Saturday morning, my phone was blowing up, and what are you doing? Why didn't you tell us? So we know that we're getting some good input there. So some of the things that we did at the park this year on the maintenance side, we were having a lot of problems. As much fast pitch as we were running out there, that drag foot of a fast pitch softball pitcher and the level that we were getting 18, 17-year-olds, top pitchers in the country coming in here, that drag foot was ripping the carpet. So, and we were tripping over different stops. So we got together with our maintenance guy. We bought batter's circles. Nobody makes these in the country. We rigged up a portable mound system, put it in. Players love it. Save the carpet. We bought 16 of them, and they're now in use. And now everybody's modeling around the country. One of the other things with all the colleges that are coming in, we made some really improvements on the inside of the administration building. Did a lot of painting, cleanup, changed some of the floor, made it to where it's to where these coaches come in. They got a place to go, AC, and that type of stuff. Want to give a big shout out to the Public Works Department and Jamie. I think we have finally solved the water issue, and Mr. New, that we have now run these major girl tournaments, and other than a pressure switch going out on the last one, we have not had any water issues at the park. So we are very super appreciative that Jamie came out there and figured that out and got the water system. We have pretty much rebuilt the irrigation system out there. In hindsight, I don't know why we decided back in the day to put in a wireless system, because every lightning storm we get, we have fun with the irrigation system. So we pretty much have rebuilt that. We've done a lot of maintenance on the nets. We're trying to come up with a system to better maintain and store the mounds to keep kids off of them. So those are some of the systems that we're coming up with in some of the maintenance areas. We ran almost 43,000 people through the park this calendar year. 6,100, almost 6,200 were from out of state. 29,000 from out of county, and 8,000 participants from Alachua County. Our total direct impact, the direct impact is how many rooms we sold. We did over 2.93 million in 15,000 room nights. We generated 1.8 million in direct sales, 93,000 in bed tax, and 130,000 in sales tax. We did 9.2 million in indirect. That's restaurants, gas, other indicators, the formula of how we do it, an estimate, and this is 7-year-old numbers, so we know we didn't inflate them. Typically, an adult that comes in from out of state spends $210 a day. So those are the formulas of how we came up with the 9.2 million. Our P&L, we made some decisions this year to go ahead and hire Will to come in, a full-time maintenance guy. So right now, we ended up about 9.5 in the red, but we got about $10,000 in outstanding bills that we're collecting right now, so we're our anticipation that we will break even this year. Our payment due to the city, this is a breakdown, 5%, so $219,000 was generated in tournament revenue, 5%, 20% of non. We got a $5,000 sponsor that came in that went towards that account. We paid into the city $18,130. My bookkeeper found out we did a $90 mistake, so you see that on there. So our balance due to the city is $6,960 to get us to the $25,000 maintenance fund, and I would like to present that to the clerk as we stand, and that should balance us up to our account for this year.
We might just make that a precedent when people come in every year. Just bring a check.
Bring a check in. So real quick, I'm going to run through the 3 years that we've been at the park. We've done 2,520 teams that have run through the park, and you can see the trend that's moving since we took control of the park. We've had over 101,000 people through the park in 3 years. that is an indicator, and this is where, I work with Jolene at the Sports Commission a lot to be able to justify some of the funding that we receive from them through the bed tax. The green is out of state, the yellow is out of county that stayed in hotels. Those are the two key components of generating the bed tax. The white is day visitors from out of the county, and then the blue are county residents. So you can see, ultimately, we're over 40,000 that have come out of the county that stayed in the hotels. Total attendees, again, over 101,000. 15% of those are coming from out of state, 67% out of county, 18% are local Alachua County. Room nights that we've done over 3 years is 32,248. We've done 4.28 million in direct hotel sales. We've done 281,000 in sales tax, 200,000 in bed tax collection, for a total of 4.5 direct impact to the hotel system in Alachua County. Indirect, and again, that is a formula that we put together that kind of estimates gas, food, everything else they do when they're in the county. We're at 21 million, almost $22 million of direct impact. And where we get the money from the Sports Commission, the return on their investment, right? So they've given us $114,000 over the 3 years. So in the indirect impact for that $114,000, their ROI, the return on their investment, is $192 per dollar. On the direct impact hotels, it's $39 per dollar. On the sales tax, their return is $2.47, and on their bed tax return is $1.76. I think investors would be very happy with those returns on their investment. So where's the money go? So if we're sitting in the hole and there's a lot of people coming to the park, basically the basic understanding is the people that come in and run the events, basically over the 3 years, based on hotel rooms for staffing, equipment, awards, umpires, which is the huge one, the estimated expense for the tournament directors coming in is just over $1 million, $1,036,000. Based on an average team payment, entry fee, hotel rebates, third-party bookings, gate entry, about an estimated $1.8 million has been generated in revenue for a profit of $773,000 that comes into the park and leaves out the gate of the teams that we bring in. So basically the park is doing exactly what it was supposed to do when it was built with the bed tax, generate the impact. We know we've developed a really good relationship with the restaurants here. As these big tournaments are coming in, they're catering in for the umpires and officials. And so we're working really close with those guys. So to the capacity of what we have to offer in Newberry through the economic impact, we're maxing it out. So I know there's always been kind of a feeling, well, everything goes to Alachua County, and for the most part it does, because that's where the resources are. But we're making, all of our tournament directors that are returning are really making an effort to make sure that everybody stays in Newberry and they utilize the businesses the best that they can to support their programs. So, again, the assumption sometimes is the park's making a ton of money. It is, but that's where it's going. Oop. So with that said, this is the upcoming 2020 proposed schedule, and that's the spring schedule. We've got a heavier schedule than we had this past year. The President's Day weekend tournament on the 19th, 20th, and 21st, every single double hotel room in Alachua County is sold out. Hotel rates are going right now for $329 to $350 a night because there is no room at the inn. So that tournament, and we're going to probably use the 2 fields at Easton, 2 fields at Jonesville, and the 4 fields in Alachua, and we'll be running 24 fields for that event. They're anticipating over 200 teams for that event. We also, because of the colleges coming in here and liking Newberry so much, and the field situation, that, again, talking to the University of Washington coach, he likes the fact that he's on field 15 and there's a pitcher on field 2 that nobody has seen. He can run down there and catch that player. These colleges are putting pressure on these event owners to come to Newberry because of the 16 fields. So we've got, I think we're up to 9 showcases for next year. And now we're doing the 4-day events and the 3-day events that we promised and committed to in that first year when we were struggling to meet our contract, and now we're blowing it out of the water. We went to the hotels and asked when their inventory was bad. June, July, and December were their worst months. We're sold out in June. We got 2 open weekends in July. In August, we have 1 that nobody's ever done anything in August. December, we now have 2 events, which is there. So if you can tell, in the fall, we pretty much are sold out for the fall because we cannot compete with Gator football. So 3 home games, tournament. 3 home games, 2 tournaments. 1 home game, 2 tournaments. We got some pending for those 2 holes, and we're now starting to get events into December. And with that, that completes what I got, and we'll field any questions that you may have.
Thank you, sir. Questions from the dais? Commissioner Farnsworth?
Richard, what is your projected revenue for next year? What kind of increase do you think?
So, I think that we're going to make a concentrated effort with Will to go after sponsorship this year that we really haven't done. We've done about, $7,000 or $8,000 in sponsorship, this year. So we're bringing him on board. We're going after that. We have Kayla somewhere. She is an intern that starts tonight. I just met her in the parking lot coming in. That will be one of her responsibilities. So we're really going to start. Will zeroed in and focused on filling the calendar, and we've done that. And now our focus is to get out into the community and start selling signage and getting sponsorship. So that's where our efforts will be made to generate more revenue next go around.
Other questions?
Thank you.
Richard, might have been because we're not doing a whole lot of gatherings, but the Gainesville Sports Commission usually has a banquet. Maybe I just missed it this year, but.
So I don't know if she's put her annual banquet together yet. I know that they've been in some transition with the COVID, with COVID issues and stuff. They're down to 2 staff members right now. So I'll find out for that.
There's usually a ranking that's announced at that for venues that are drivers for heads and beds.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know, UF is always number 1. We
For
get that.
Alachua County?
For Alachua County.
We killed it.
So Champions Park is just edging out the Florida Gators for putting heads in beds.
Killing it.
Yes, that's what I wanted to hear. Thank you, sir.
No, I mean, again, it's we are, we are the number 1 generator, and I've got Rebecca Lamb, which is the past president of the Alachua County Hospitality Council, that would like to make a presentation if agreeable, and I think she will answer some of those questions.
All right.
Awesome.
This is part 2.
This will be real quick.
Okay.
Yeah, so is
Continuation.
Champions Park making an impact in our community? Yeah. Is it more than the Florida Gators? Yes. And I love working with the Gainesville Sports Commission and with Brad Sports and Richard, who share that vision. If it was not for your support and for Champions, we would not have had anything during COVID. They were able to maintain and bring business in when everything else was shut down. Our fields remained open, and our hotels had sold out nights during a pandemic. Now, oh my goodness, the floodgates have opened. He's not kidding about the President's Day event. I'm now selling my king rooms with pull-out sofas, really high price. They're taking every single room. Usually they just do my doubles and they're done. They're taking whatever they can get, and I am the thrilled little director of sales right now. It's great watching it. And all the events he's adding, they did ask us, where do you need the space? Where do you need the fill? December, definitely. August, definitely. It was hard for me to stay quiet back there during his presentation because I wanted to go, woo, woo, like.
I was doing it for you a little
Thank
bit.
you.
Here, a little bit
Just
there.
the impact.
Yeah.
But honestly, we would not be able to do that without your support. And even when I came to you guys about the concert series idea, and unfortunately that got shot down, but your support was there because you really want to make a positive impact in our community. And with that, the Alachua County Hospitality Council would like to present to you a beautiful plaque of our appreciation because we are so grateful to you. And I'm going to try not to cry, honestly, because this really does mean a lot to me.
Do we have a, Amy, can you get a picture of, I didn't even wear a jacket.
I want to read it, yeah. I want to read this to you. It says, "In grateful recognition of the city of Newberry for their vision and innovative contribution to the tourism economy of Alachua County. Your visionary leadership with Champions Park, East and Newberry Sports Complex, as well as new fairgrounds, has been a model for others of what is possible and continues to enhance the economy for the citizens of Alachua County." And it's from the Alachua County Hospitality Council. And thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you so much.
That's beautiful.
Thank you. No, thank you. I want to give you guys a clap. Thank you.
Motion to approve that hotel?
Yeah.
Springhill Suites, biggest hotel in town. Tell
All
your
right.
friends.
Well, we appreciate the recognition, and I would add my gratitude to this board for your innovative thinking that was required, that allowed that to happen, and is now allowing Champions Park to flourish so wonderfully well. So thank you so much. Okay, public announcements. Ladies and gentlemen, your commission likes to hear from you directly. So early on in the meeting, we like to set aside a little bit of time for you to talk to the commission about anything that's on your mind. These are 2-minute public comments. If you have something that's a little more controversial, you need a little bit more time, there's another opportunity at the end of the meeting. You have 5 minutes to talk to the commission about anything that's on your mind. Doesn't have to be on the agenda. And of course, before we take any motion on any item that is on the agenda, you'll have the opportunity to talk to the commission at that point as well. Would anybody like to address the commission tonight about anything on your mind? Don't everybody jump up at once. Okay, seeing none, we're going to move on to the consent agenda. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda as it was published?
So moved.
I have a motion from Commissioner Martin, second from Commissioner Clark. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Motion passes unanimously. That'll take us to our first agenda item, which I believe Mr. Thomas is going to take us through new development reports, new developments, Brian, that are on everybody's mind.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Overlay districts, urban service area. It's the talk of the town. Take us through it.
Oh, okay. Well, my presentation is not nearly as lengthy as the handouts. For the simple reason is you've got the background information. If you have other questions, of course, you can always ask. I wanted to try to keep it at a higher level to make it digestible because there's just so much individual little data. We could get into it all night. So basically, y'all are familiar with this map generally. It's been modified a little bit to bring it up to date. There have been a couple of applications an application that has withdrawn temporarily, be back later, so that you don't see that one on there. A couple of them, like the Agricultural Event Center and Equestrian Center, is already up and running, so we took that and IFAS off. So this is the updated, latest, greatest version of the development map. The items that you see in red, of course, are the ones that are entitled, meaning they have their land use and their zoning in place, and they're also actively under development. Those that are in light blue, they have all their entitlements, but they're not actively in development, and I will say just yet, because just today I spoke with one of them who is moving on one of those, and it's going to bring it back and it's going to become active shortly. And then number 3, they have land use but no zoning. So they're partway to entitlements. They have some entitlements in terms of what the commission and past commission has determined was the proper future land use for that property, but they don't have the zoning to actually implement it yet. And then with the full entitlements. And then those in yellow are new applications that are pending review and will eventually be brought forth to the city commission for your review and comment. Yes, it is. Correct. It's got that particular parcel, 67 acres, has land use designation of low-density residential, which means you can develop up to 4 residential units per acre. Same with the smaller piece up there, number 11.
Did that go from yellow to
It was, Mr. Chair, or Mayor, that was just to sort of show you the breakdown of where they lay, but there is an active application for number 11. Yes, sir. That you'll be hearing on the 24th. And so if you look, I'm missing a title there, but if you look at the fully entitled projects, there's 10 projects. You have a minimum build out of 20 years on all 10. Realistically, since some of them are dormant, probably more like 30 years ultimately for full build of all of them. But if you take all of the fully entitled projects and you add up the number of single-family units, you come up to 3,545 total units. Adding multifamily units, you got 1,350, so you have a total of almost 5,000 units when you add the single-family and multifamily together. Overall, that using the methodology from the school board, they would estimate that over the course of that 10 to 20 to 30 years, you're looking at about 1,200 new students across the elementary, middle, and high school age groups. Then when you move to the those that have land use only but no zoning, there's only 2 of those projects. Those would probably only take about 10 years at most to build out. A total of 335 single-family homes, or no multifamily units with that, and it would generate an approximately 94 new students over that 10-year period. And then you get to the final category, which is the new projects, of which we have 3 proposals. The minimum 20-year build-out, almost 1,500 total single-family units are being proposed, an additional 260 multifamily units, and 453 new students would be generated from those applications if they were approved. And so then, to put it in a tabular form, hopefully make it a little bit easier to adjust, if you just look at the fully entitled projects, then you, like I said, you got 4,895 total residential units, including single and multifamily. If you look at the land use only, that they have the land use but not zoning, 335 units. If the new projects, which have no entitlements yet, 1,740 total units. And then if you add all of that together, if the commission were to approve those that are currently under application, you'd have a total of 6,970 units. And then to the far right there, if you looked at, say, a 20-year time horizon for build out on all these, then on average you'd be adding up to 268 single-family residential units a year, 81 multifamily a year, and for a total of 349 a year. Now, right now, we're not anywhere near those averages on an annual basis. Last year was kind of our banner year for building permits. We had 150. This year, they, for various reasons, a lot of it related to COVID and shortages in supplies that slowed down the building community, we're down to about 123 for the calendar year 2021. And so while we have been slowly increasing the number of new building permits for single-family residential we've actually been issuing has gone up fairly steadily but consistently. There haven't been huge spikes. We went from 120 for a number of years to 130 for a couple of years. Now we're up to 150. And so to actually reach that 268 units a year, we'd be increasing dramatically over what we're currently doing. And really the trajectory doesn't look like it's going to happen. It's still it's an increase, but it's a more gradual increase trend-wise. And then if you look at the potential impact on schools, if you add up all the fully entitled projects, like I said, you have about 1,200 potential new students. And you can see the breakdown, 618 elementary, 253 middle, and 324 high school students. And then you extend that to the other end, and you have a total of almost 900 elementary school students, 370 middle school, and 477 high school. The total of about 1,742 new students anticipated would be generated. This is based on the current multipliers that the school board uses for their facilities planning. And so those are going to change here shortly. They've notified us. They just haven't told us what the new ones are yet. But they won't change by a whole lot. It'll be something fairly similar to that. So these numbers might tweak a little bit. But again, that's also if all the projects which are currently entitled or under application were to actually occur over the next 20 to 30 years. And so just wanted to kind of give you those numbers to give you a sense of where we're at in terms of the scale of the potential development over the next 20 years. Going to be working with our utilities director to then add utility impacts to this information as well. And then we'll have a full set of impact potential data for you to see in a future presentation. So, Mr. Mayor, that's the conclusion.
Okay, any questions, guys? I know that all of us are fielding questions and concerns about Newberry's rate of growth. I've started a series on social media trying to put out little tidbits of information in short, easily digestible amounts to try to, a lot of that information you went over tonight. Do we have anything you want? Commissioner Martin.
Brian, what kind of conversations as of late have you been having with the school board, and do you have any feedback from them, a temperature check about this versus what?
Mr. Mayor, I spoke with the facilities planning director a couple of weeks ago over the break, and she said that they are still on track for the expansion plans that they had originally for that 10-year plan. The school superintendent had come out and talked about maybe modifying that plan, which would actually move Newberry higher up in the priority list. But as yet, that hasn't come down the pipe. They're still working on the original 10-year plan, is what she said. And so
I'll actually give you a little bit of a preview of tonight's post, which will go up in about an hour. And we already actually had this information presented to us, but I had the numbers wrong in my head. And the numbers here are, I think, fairly striking. When you look at the population bases of our three schools, the highest population of our school that is attended by Newberry residents is 60%. So Newberry Elementary School has 60% children that live in Newberry. 40% of the students there, the county ships in to Newberry because they've zoned other areas to come to Newberry. The middle school is 30% is Newberry residents, I think. It might have been 40, and the high school is only 30% Newberry residents. So the overcrowding that exists in the schools, and we spend a lot of time up here concerned about the schools, is because the school board has zoned Archer to come to Newberry and Jonesville to come to Newberry. And if you've driven through Jonesville lately, Jonesville's growth rate makes Newberry look stagnant, right? Jonesville was a gas station when I was a child. Now it's larger than we are. They have more people in Jonesville than we have in Newberry. Now, a city of Alachua has capacity, and you could, with one stroke of the pen, zone students from Jonesville to the city of Alachua. They would come up to capacity. We would, all three of our schools would immediately go below capacity. So it's an important thing for us to remember when we talk about these new developments and people talk about the schools. Newberry's growth rate and our school capacity is well in line. It looks like Newberry schools it doesn't look like we are busting at the seams, not because of the people that are joining us in Newberry, but because Jonesville is being shipped to Newberry, not to Alachua, which would be about a 5-minute longer bus ride. And Alachua schools, they've got two elementary schools. So if all 4 of those schools have capacity, it'd be a real easy fix, and it would alleviate everyone's stress level. We just need to advocate for that to be the fix.
And I think to the mayor's point, that's a prime example of why the school board has set up their school concurrency areas the way they have, because if you have if you have capacity rather in an adjacent school capacity area, then you're considered by default to have some of that capacity. And so that's why the school board is saying, we don't want you to have a moratorium on development. We don't think you need to. We're not telling you can't develop. We're just saying that if you have adjacent capacity, then you can take advantage of that. And for that reason, because they can shift things around districting to make that happen.
I have another.
Commissioner Martin? I forgot Rosie's, gas station and Rosie's. Commissioner Martin, you still have the floor.
I don't know if this has been part of your conversation, Brian, but do we know it to be true that now there's discussions about turning Terwilliger into a fine arts hub of some sort?
Mr. Mayor, I'm not sure are we talking about the former Terwilliger or the
Yes.
new? Because apparently they've named the new school Terwilliger.
No, this is the old one
the
that
old
was supposedly not able to.
No, sir, that never came up in the discussions.
Okay.
We were only talking about capacity.
Okay.
So,
That would be strange, since the reason they moved was that school was supposed to be so beyond repair, they couldn't put any money into it, and they were gonna sell that and use that money. No, never mind, that's their business.
Yeah.
Okay, any other questions, Commissioner Bart?
No, only for the board's edification. You know, I rail on the superintendent and particularly Tina Certain, who represents our district pretty heavily, and I think it's 110% warranted. But to their credit, I'll give them credit where credit is due. They have moved to advocate a position that I tried to impress upon them 3 years ago, to go back to the old concurrency model. So they have done that, which is a good thing. If you hear that in the public, they have done that. So there it is.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you, Brian. You are up next, so don't go anywhere. Newberry Urban Service Area boundary. Now, do you have anything to add to the discussion, or are you wanting to hear the discussion from these guys?
Mr. Mayor, not particularly. We said that we were going to bring this item back up until we got direction from the commission on what y'all want to see happen with the urban services boundary.
Do you have a map of it? Can you put it back up?
Let's skip through the.
You can go back to the, yeah. There we go. So my memory of where we left this conversation off was with an explanation, again, of what an urban services area is. For those of you in the audience tonight who may not have heard that conversation, the green line that you're seeing there, that is where applicants, if you're a landowner inside that green line, you have a right to come and say, I'm inside your urban services area. I'd like to rezone for residential or commercial. If you're outside that green area, then you don't have that right. We only offer one zoning package outside that green area to do anything other than agriculture or have a house on 5 acres, those kinds of things. So we've recently been discussing the size and the shape of our urban services area, and in that conversation, we have, you could expand the urban services area, you could constrict the urban services area, you could leave the urban services area alone. We did find one thing that I think we felt was sort of a loophole in the default position, that if the urban service area bifurcates someone's piece of property, then that almost by default pushes the urban services area out. And my memory of where we left the conversation was around a couple of things. One, we could direct staff to redraw the urban services area fairly much the same size that it is, but in such a way that it follows parcel lines. Or we could ask Scott to use that really impressive legal brain of his to put a clause into our urban service area that shuts out that loophole, but pretty much leaves it alone. I think the one thing that we maybe have not discussed well enough is if we constrict the urban services area, then you constrict any development in whatever area is left out, whatever area you constrict it to. The thing that I think that we have been focused the most on trying to make sure is nicer, maybe perhaps slowing down might be too strong, but going about more cautiously, is residential development. But the urban service area applies to residential and commercial. So if we were to constrict the urban services area and some commercial came in and said, I want to build this business here and I'm going to bring in 50 jobs, but I need to be over here, and it's no longer part of the urban service area, they wouldn't be able to do that either. So, I think what staff needs to hear is sort of where are we on this question of the urban service area? Are we pretty much okay with the size? But we think it should follow parcel lines. Do we want to give Scott a shot at just adding a clause that closes that loophole before? If we change anything in the urban services area, we're looking at about a 6-month process to do so, right, Brian? It's got to go up to the state, it's got to come back. And then to reverse that, if we, for whatever reason, need to reverse it, it'd be another 6 months to reverse it. So, this conversation really started based on an understanding of quasi-judicial and what is this commission's powers and authorities when someone comes in and asks for future land use or asks for rezoning, and they're inside the urban services area and they can connect to water and sewer and they're willing to hit all of our requirements. What is our legal ability to say no to them? And the urban service area would be the first line of that defense. If you're outside the urban services line, you're not even in the game anymore, right? So that's where we're at, and I think staff needs to hear where you're at on this. What's your thoughts, Commissioner Farnsworth?
I was curious, how often do you change the urban reserve area?
Last time we changed it was 2016?
16. Prior to that, it was established in 2007 and hadn't been changed in between.
I mean, so it can be changed at any time? I mean, there's not a time?
It just takes about 6 months to do it.
Okay.
It's because, to the mayor's point, because it's considered a large-scale land use amendment, you have to go through the full review process with the state.
The city of Gainesville, the entire city is their urban service area. So one of the questions that you had asked staff to go back and find is, when you look at a map of all of Newberry and you look at an urban services area, it kind of looks like the urban service area is roughly 50% of the city, right? And one of the things that you had tasked staff to go do is that normal? Is that a lot? Is that a big area? Is that a small area? And there really is, as far as I know, staff can correct me if I'm wrong, there's no rhyme or reason. Every city that has urban services area is different.
That's correct, Mr. Mayor. The boundary line is set at the will of the local jurisdiction. And so there's no particular guidance. The general guidance is that you set your urban services boundary within a reasonable area that you think either you will or can have utility service provision within a 10-year period.
Mr. Manager?
Just to comment on that, I think just for clarification purposes, my understanding, Gainesville does not have an urban services boundary. Alachua County has established one.
Oh, around.
That is larger than Gainesville's city limits. And it largely followed the old, what do we call the state? Boundary Adjustment Act. So they established it with the Boundary Adjustment Act. When the Boundary Adjustment Act went away, they just adopted an urban services boundary as Florida statute allows for them to do. On the west side of Gainesville, it looks like the 155th lot, which is about just shy of a mile west of the main intersection where Publix is. You can see where the development stops, the development with density. 3 miles shy of your boundary at 202 Street. So currently there's a 3-mile gap between urban services boundaries.
When people say, they've said to me frequently in the past 6 months, Gainesville is going to take over Newberry, right? Well, one, it's not Gainesville. Gainesville doesn't start till you get to I-75. It's Alachua County seems like it's barreling towards us. But this current Alachua County Commission, and it seems like that this ideology is going to prevail in Alachua County for some period of time, has been very clear they're not moving their urban services boundary any further west. So where that development is, the dense development, that's all you're going to get. So they have come as far towards us as they're going to come. Now the question is, how far are we going to let our development go towards them? Most of the spot zoning along 26 was there when those areas were still in Alachua County, were not annexed into the city of Newberry. Pet Paradise, Alachua County allowed a commercial park to go there. So we have not allowed that spot zoning to occur. So we're doing the due diligence and foresight that was absent at the county level when they allowed those things to happen, whenever they allowed those things to happen. So they're as close, they've come as far west as they're going to come. Now our conversation is 202 as far east as we want to let our development go and have that 3-mile belt in between, right? Which that seems like a pretty good belt. Or do we want to think about something else? This is particularly relevant because it could affect 13 and 14 on that map. If the urban service area constricts west, then they'd be outside of the urban service area. If you take it east, then you're allowing more 13s and 14s to happen on the other side of 202. Mr. Clark.
So, Mr. Mayor, one of my questions, and I've had this discussion with our city manager, and I'll ask this again for the public. So in our urban service area, we're gonna put our utilities there as we grow, water, sewer, and power?
I'm gonna let the manager take this and perhaps ask Scott. to
This
weigh
is a
his-
big area, that's what I'm asking. If
Right.
we're- if
I
we're
think that
thinking
would be
about-
our ideal.
I won't see this happening until Christ comes back. I mean, this is a,
Mr. Mayor, there's a
I'm just
separate,
saying.
there's separate regulations for water and sewer service area and electric, and frankly, natural gas. The Public Service Commission requires electric service providers and natural gas service providers to establish territories. They do that to save the end users, the customers, the cost of redundant utility construction. So currently, we have territorial agreements. We've agreed to a territory with all of the people in proximate to us. It says each parcel of land, who serves them, with regards to electric utilities. That can be amended. It requires negotiation. Usually what you end up doing, if you want more territory from a Clay Electric or Central Florida Electric, you'll negotiate with them the cost of the infrastructure that you will be acquiring inside any service territory, and you usually pay 2 years' worth of profit on the power that would have been sold to the customer base in there. So I believe the last time we negotiated a electric service territory was with Clay Electric in 2015. We were successful. We acquired more acres of land, and that's how electric service territory would be decided. Water and wastewater service territory remains in the purview of this commission. You can allow other service providers to be within our city limits, or you're within their rights to say no. It will be the city is the only provider of water and wastewater service within our territory.
that might caveat that, or Mr. Mayor, do we think we will take water and sewer out as far as this urban services area boundary?
Yes.
Yes?
Because I think that at this point, we have perfected, and this goes to other community conversations that are going on. If someone comes in and they want to build a dense development at the edge of the urban service, they're going to be responsible for paying for the cost of those utility services. Now, we have really worked out, I think, a pretty good system of creating, if you want to be at the edge, you're going to pay up front, but you'll be able, as infill happens in between, to get compensated back from the other people who are benefiting from the lines you already laid down. But one of the conversations that we have when we talk about utility services is, why isn't the city building the roads and building these sewer lines ahead of time and providing the infrastructure? But that would put the total cost of all of those things on the current existing taxpayers who aren't needing them. They're already here. They're using the roads. They're using the systems that they're using. So if someone comes in and says, I want to build all the way out at 13 or 14, we say, great, the cost of running the sewer line there is 1.2 million. And when someone comes in between, you'll get back their proportional share of it. And Commissioner Clark, I'll come back to you, but I left Commissioner Farnsworth before he was finished with his questioning.
Oh, go ahead.
Okay. So I'm wondering if a business like, I don't know, Amazon distribution center or UPS distribution center decided to come in outside the urban service area, are they going to wait 6 months for us to redo the urban service area before they can even apply?
No. Well, I would say that concurrent, right? If somebody as professional as Amazon came in and said, we want to build here, before they're ready to break ground, they know they've got 12 to 24 months worth of work to do we would know we've got some things to do to accommodate that, and then we would have the decision to make about whether or not we wanted to accommodate that. But you could move those lines along at the same time. That wouldn't be a holdup. They could start the process. 13 and 14 are well within the process, right? We're just sort of at the end of the process. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, now, water already runs past
DCC.
the urban reserve area.
No, it runs to DCC.
What is this?
It's like 4, right?
Just-
Somewhere in 4.
Just
Okay,
east of number
so it's
13.
close to it then.
We're working right now on sewer, a companion sewer line.
And that's what Mike went to Tallahassee to get money for that, right?
And we're about to ask him if he was successful or if he's got to go.
That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
We did just get a grant that we were celebrating $4 million towards the, I can't remember exactly which project that was, but while we got some people in the house.
Mr. Mayor, we received a grant award or a grant notice. We haven't executed all the agreements. As to $4 million related to effluent disposal, treatment and effluent disposal at our wastewater plant. And I guess just an update on that, it constrained us to a very specific treatment. And as we've been going through treatment system, and as we've been going through the facilities plan, it became evident that may not be the ideal treatment system. So 2 weeks ago, we met with FDEP, and they said, look, as long as you treat the wastewater to high standards, as you're being required to, we don't really care how you get there. So they loosened up some of the constraints on that $4 million grant, which is very beneficial to us. Now it's just applied to the wastewater plant or to land acquisition necessary to build the wastewater plant.
Commissioner Farnsworth, does that finish your questions?
Yeah, or, I mean, if we build another wastewater plant, we're gonna keep it in the same area that we talked about, or are we planning on putting one?
I hope so.
west
We
of
just bought
Newberry, or-
90 acres to do that, so.
Yeah, I know.
Mr. Mayor, we have under contract 93 acres of land.
Sorry, 93 acres.
Adjacent to our existing wastewater plant. Our plan is that we would expand on the existing footprint.
Okay, so
Or adjacent to it.
No new plant west of town in the
Correct.
future.
We got all the lines already running that way.
Correct.
Commissioner Clark, were you finished with your question?
Yeah, I want to ask one question, right, while we're sitting there. This little, I mean, I don't know who drew this thing or what happened when the drawing was happening. Why is this? Instead of just running 3.
That was the last change, right?
Is that on? Yeah.
No, Mr. Mayor.
Crayon broke.
If you look at the red area, the red shaded area, that was the former 2007 urban services boundary area. And so that little jog incorporated what was already in the existing urban service area boundary.
And it follows 46?
Yes, the southern border there is 46.
Right. Remember that 46, while that segment, if I have this right in my mind, that segment the city owns, really shouldn't belong to the city because 46 is a collector road meant to help facilitate traffic from one county through another county into Gainesville. So I think the idea back when the first urban services was that would potentially be an urban corridor at some point in time.
This is 46, this is 337.
Correct.
So I was just wondering why.
Yeah.
I don't
And
think there's
it's-
gonna be a big development out there anyway, so it just kinda, I like things covered and aligned, and it just ain't, it don't fit my agenda here.
Yeah. I think there's probably, and it would be something that to get us back on the conversation of do we want to expand or restrict, you know, if you have land in the urban services area, there's a value attached to that land that's not in the urban service area, you know, doesn't have. So I can certainly see in any redrawing saying, you know, at least acknowledging that if we put your land in the urban services, we're giving you a value gift because we're saying that land is now developable. If we take your land out of the urban service area, we're going to make some people upset with us because we're saying now your land is ag. Your land is ag for the foreseeable future.
Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Martin.
Well, as the conversations have kind of matured about all of this stuff, and it's a lot of moving parts. To me, in my head at least, and correct me if I'm wrong, the urban services agreement speaks to more of the green light zone that development can have. And, you know, the closer it is to the utilities that are existing, the brighter the green light kind of is for me in my head. But as you get out further and further, it gets kind of yellow, and then, in fact, it's just kind of red. So I feel like if we're going to kind of almost give that green light, it needs to be almost a more definitive set of circumstances, which are things that are tighter for me. I have been keep falling back in my head to a smaller hub geographically around the city core with these kind of spokes running out the main corridors for a mile or two, and then coming off of those main roads by a few hundred feet. Because where we get into trouble is when we start looking at significant development outside the scope of what we can and can't do. The reality is, developers, no matter how big they are, they can only withstand so much expense and tolerance and carrying costs for a certain period of time. So my short answer is tighten up the circle and kind of run spokes out along the main corridors. That's kind of my head, because I just feel like we have more control over that, and then we can be a little bit more comfortable green lighting stuff without as much discussion, without as much, it's almost kind of the given area.
Well,
But outside of that, you start, okay, well, this is going to affect us more than this does, and so on and so forth. Those kind of conversations start coming up. And there's, quite honestly, we're talking about the school board earlier. There's a lot of things here that are not in our control as much as I'm sure that we would like them to be. But we're kind of like the speedboat. They're kind of like the Titanic. It's harder for them to turn. It's a little easier for us to turn, and this is just kind of the environment that we're dealing with right now, because we don't have as much controllables under our belt as I would like. That's my thinking.
Okay. Other commissioner comments. I think this is where we need the conversation needs to begin. What is everybody seeing here? I mean, I think that, I agree with the green light metaphor, right? And was my opening comment wasn't as useful a metaphor. By that urban service, we're sending a signal to people, you can develop here, right? Is this the signal we want to send? Now, we've all heard staff say over and over again, urban services area is your guide. Zoning is where you finally say yay or nay. And just because they're in the urban service area doesn't mean you could say no for a different reason, right? I think it is clear when we say, these areas are off limits, right? So my only caution there, and it was the thing I said, I don't think we've talked about it as much, is, if Amazon comes and they say, well, we want to put a big distribution center in this quadrant, because this would be my first cutout, right? This is all agricultural land. I might take it in, right? Come back in more of a, spoked shape. I mean, we can run concurrently and probably still make that happen. But you could also just say, well, we're going to leave the urban services area here, but we're going to, clearly tell staff this is where we want to let things happen or not happen. I guess that's the, do we want to sit down with the Sharpie and start drawing some new lines about where we see things happening? Because that's where I think we need to get, if we, at some point in this conversation, we got to put a table out there and say, this is where we want it to be.
Mr. Mayor,
Commissioner
caveat, Commissioner Martin, I'm good with that, looking at this. There just seems to be a lot of area here that.
Can you clarify, when you say you're good with
I'm
the
good
current
with putting the
shape?
spokes in.
Or putting the spokes in, okay.
I'd rather because when you look at our map, there's a lot of agriculture land here that just falls into what I was saying earlier. There ain't never gonna be a utility system to these areas way out here. There's just no way. But I like the spoke idea and going east-west, north and south on our main road. So could we have a time to all sit down and draw this out? And
I would say the
And the
best, in my mind, and staff, Scott, y'all can disagree with me. I think our best opportunity to do that would be in a more of a workshop format where we could put out some tables, we could draw some lines, we could kick around some yays and nays, and
I'm good with that.
think about what we're talking about and where it's going to go. I've heard a couple of people say we want to redo along a more strategic spoked type. Commissioner Martin, you want to add to that?
Yeah, this also gets filed in the bucket for me of, yeah, this kind of looks good on paper. It kind of looks uniform. It kind of has some aesthetic appeal, but I just don't see it working practically. And I think sitting down with the map on the table and literally taking out a Sharpie is the only way we get from where we are. And that's essentially what we did before, if I remember right. It was early on in my tenure, but and don't get me wrong, I'm not saying it's got to be a mile. It's got to, a mile long and 100 feet wide or anything like that. I think, government does not work when it's a one size fits all, right? It just doesn't. We need to have more flexibility for our residents, for our potential, commercial entities and that sort of thing. So I'm all about doing that, and honestly, the sooner the better.
Well, and what we've been talking about, what I keep asking staff at the P&Z and here, is to communicate this to these developers that are asking for all of these things, that we're trying to finish this conversation. The visioning session told us what our residents want to see. Now we need to implement what we heard they want to see. And I just don't think, we had the conversation already tonight. I just don't think it's fair to continue to do these situations where you're agreeing to build to an overlay standard that we haven't told you what that is. And so we're making agreements to do things, and nobody at the table quite knows what that agreement is going to look like. I just think that's not a great recipe to continue doing over and over again. So the urban services area is internal. The overlay district we've contracted out, right? Am I understanding that right?
That's correct, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so
we're, of course, working closely with them, and they're going to come, we'll talk about that in the next
Sure.
presentation.
But, so staff, you will set up a workshop for us sometime within the next, I would say, 2 to 3 weeks, a month, at the outset, where we can either here or municipal building, let's lay out a table, let's maybe have some, we did 7 years ago, we were at the table, we drew the Sharpies, and we had quadrants of town where we said, this is what we want to see here. And we had industrial and we had residential. So we had an overlay district, but inside that overlay, or not overlay, we had an urban service area, but inside that we were giving direction. This is how we'd like this quadrant of Newberry to grow. This is what we see out here. So there might be a hybrid version opportunity somewhere in there, but let's
see, Mr. Ware, if you consider the urban services area boundary to kind of be your blunt tool, your hammer. It's the big strong one. Inside you can develop, outside you can't. Within that boundary, then, you use the land use designation as more of your scalpel to discern more strategically, this area we want to look like this. We see a certain amount of residential, a certain amount of commercial, a certain amount of industrial, and you lay it out that way using your land use as your more precise tool. So absolutely we can set up a workshop and look at the different
print out a lot of these and bring a lot of different colored Sharpies, and we'll just keep drawing until we get to something that we like.
The land use is the time to say yay or nay, no matter what it does.
Yeah, we're in right now. We are perfectly within our rights to say, you've still got to ask for land use. You still got to ask for zoning. There's still reasons that, right now I'm just not. All of those will be quasi judicials. We'll need to listen to expert testimony. Before we get there, though, in all fairness to us, the residents and the developers, we just need to finish these conversations. So, we're not, I know that the applicant we already heard was in a rush, but, when you've sat on investment property for 10 years, you can give us 6 months, Commissioner Farnsworth?
I was kind of curious, like number 17, the majority of it is outside of the boundary, so it won't be, it won't qualify to be, huh?
On the old 17, Mr. Mayor, the handout.
Okay, I'm sorry, we got two different.
That's, Mr. Mayor, that's one of the options for the discussion on whether to how you want to modify the urban services area boundary is if a parcel is bisected by the line, 50% is in or greater, it's in, less than 50% it's out, or if it's just touched by the line, it's all in. Those are the policy decisions that the commission then could make in terms of what's in and what's out if it's bisected by the line. Right
I think that was the property, and there used to be another one on there that was part in and part out. That was what instigated the conversation. How are they proposing an application that's out of? And that's where we're.
And also too, Mr. Mayor, I would say, please don't get too focused on the lines here, because these were drawn by me, and it's not the official urban services area boundary that's done in a GIS shapefile. And so there's probably some leeway one way or another on those that are on the border.
And Mr. Mayor, with regards to that particular project, it's as you stated, when you said we could change a line concurrently to changing land use and zoning, and it'd be on the same timeline. This particular project is an employer, so the application hasn't been submitted to the city. We've had conversations with the project. We presume that it's an employer. The commission's at least going to want to hear it and consider whether they would adjust the line if it ends up falling outside the line. So, those are, we're aware that it's outside the line, and we think that it's something that can be addressed if the end result is a project that we covet. And like I said, it's been our understanding that employers, job creation are things that we would take special consideration for.
I just don't want to get to a point where say, okay, we approve this boundary, and then whoops, you're outside the line, dude, so you're not gonna be allowed to
It's a great
join.
point.
So.
Yeah.
And Mr. Mayor, with regards to a workshop, we have a workshop that we plan to schedule tonight with the next agenda item. It's related to the overlay district. Usually our workshops are one item, agenda items, but because these are so closely related, I recommend that we go ahead and make it a 2-item agenda, one related to overlay districts. We'll spend some time doing that, and then we'll move to a second item to discuss this. Otherwise, I think we get pretty booked up for the timeline that you've outlined that you'd like to begin talking about these items.
I think we should at least give that a shot. We may get in the workshop and realize one conversation and takes us longer, but I think it would be a good effort. And so we've got a plan. I think we're ready to move on to the next agenda item. I'd simply say, let's all leave remembering that I want to imagine the reason the line got to be the way it is was to encourage the opportunity for some of these bigger box developments that might need more land, and you wanted to be sort of ready to go in that front, right? And nobody up here has ever said anything to me or publicly that I know of about being against commercial development. It's all been about, how do we grow smartly and responsibly when it comes to residential development, but the urban service applies equally to both, so we just got to keep that in our brains. Staff will send out, we'll talk about the workshop. We all ready to move on? Brian, take away commercial corridor design standards update.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this is what's come up many times already tonight. The commercial corridor overlay district. We've hired, basically right now, as mentioned, we've hired CHW to draft the commercial corridor design standards for the overlay district, which basically are the two state roads that bisect the city of Newberry. Staff held a kickoff meeting last week on Thursday, in which we gave them basically all of the items that we've gotten from the commission so far, and then a few that staff threw in that they thought were also worthy. And they're going to roll those around into a general draft, and then the next step is will be to schedule that workshop so they can get more direct in and show you what they've got, see if they're on the right path that you want, and then continue to hone it further. And also, because they're public workshops, then we'll also have the opportunity to get some more public input as well. Estimated timeline for completion for the final standards being presented back to the commission ready for adoption. We're shooting for the end of May. So like I said, next steps, we'll schedule the workshops.
They'll be done way before May.
It depends on how much input they get, Mr. Berry, how much input they get, how much, they get from us or from the commission, and then they'll bring it back as fast as we can feed it to them.
When you say they'll be done before May, you mean the overlay standards will be?
I don't want the next conversation with us to have with them in May.
No. They'll be here.
I mean,
They'll be here ahead of time. And
the standards will all be complete and delivered to you as a package based on the workshops that they've held with you and public workshops.
Okay.
I've warned them away from just showing up with their idea of what we want. That doesn't go well usually.
Yeah. It's the same firm that did the original corridor study back in 2015, so they have some good idea of what the commission likes to see, but it's a lot more specific in the weeds than usual. So we'll schedule the workshops. So we have 2 workshops on the schedule, and then schedule it once that's boiled down. They've gotten the input from the commission and the public, and they've got the draft in place. Then they'll present it first to the Planning and Zoning Board for additional information, and then you go to the City Commission and for the first 2 hearings. It'd be done by ordinance because they'll be amending the land development regulations. And we're working with them on some opportunities to shorten the timeline, maybe have some joint meetings rather than individual meetings if possible, if that works.
I think that's a pretty good idea. Everybody comfortable with that? Okay. So staff's not looking for an action on this. This is head nod. Make it happen. Make it so.
If we could set a date for the first workshop, that would.
Do we want to go through calendars, or why don't we just ask Amy to send out?
Okay.
I've been doing a lot of doodle polls lately that seem to work really well with 2 or 3, or just throw out some dates and we'll.
That might be a little bit.
Yeah. Normally when we do workshops at 6.
Mr. Attorney, are doodle polls a viable option for?
Mr. Mayor, we're going to have a 5th Monday in January.
I just wipe my Mondays off the calendar anyway, so.
Yeah, we normally all are freed up on Monday nights anyway, so we have a 5th one. So I propose Monday, January the 31st.
Would we like to continue the tradition of 6 or try 7? I would say our workshops are generally not very well attended. Maybe if they were a little bit later in the evening, that might give people time to get home from work and have dinner. Try it at 7, or
I'm better with 7. I don't know about you guys.
7's better. 7 o'clock start time.
We'll put 2 items on the agenda and see how far we get.
Okay.
7 good for you, sir? Yes, sir.
He's retired,
How
so,
about me, young man? I wanted 6.
okay. And we're happy with staff figuring out whether or not we have enough space in here or whether we should move to the municipal building. Okay. I want to encourage an environment that people can move around and have multiple drafts, and then we can pin them up somewhere and go and look at different ideas, and I'll help create if I need to, but what? They're finished.
There's very
Almost
little
finished.
chance that we're ever going to be finished. We're going in stages.
We had a really nice dance. It looked great.
So there's another wave of repairs that are coming before March the 1st. But if it's unavailable, and we need the room, we'll find another place, either the conference center at the county extension offices.
Might be a good idea.
Or Easton.
Yeah. I think that if we have the opportunity to broadcast it somehow or film it and broadcast it later, that would be good, because this is certainly a conversation the whole town wants to be a part of. Okay, we've got three agenda items that we just covered. We don't have a motion, so we don't normally go to public comment, but all three of those conversations are in the same vein. So I'd like to open the floor for any public comment. If anybody is here that wants to comment on any of the things that you've heard when it comes to residential growth, urban services area, developments, corridor, design studies, any of those kinds of things, come on down. Ms. Amy, please put 2 minutes on the clock and give anybody 2 minutes to speak to us.
My name's Elise Osland. I am next to the Glazer Tract development area, and that's why I'm here. I feel that bringing that boundary so far east is then bringing, and that particular design is bringing Jonesville and Gainesville to Newberry. In other words, if we, they said it was going to be like Arbor Greens. Well, we know what the traffic is like at Arbor Greens. And they said that, you know, that was what they saw in their development. And for me, the fact is that that is so far east that that's the first thing that everybody is going to see when they come to Newberry. And I don't see Newberry as an Arbor Greens kind of town, really. And by the way, that whole area is farms. And now they're trying to put a big development there. So I like Commissioner Martin's idea that you start with the Green District and then move out, because that's going to be like this little island out in the middle of nowhere where there's farms on one side and there's farms on the other side, and then there's Arbor Greens and everything else that they're putting in there, which is truly more of a Gainesville style and more of a Jonesville style right now. And I think that all of us who own farmland in Newberry are trying to hold on to it for dear life. I grew up in a county, in a town that was established in 1686. The church that I went to, there were Revolutionary War bullets in the pews. And now there are high-rises. So I moved away from that. And it really just scares me that if you haven't been through it, you don't know what you're bringing upon yourself. The little local grocery store where Hitchcock's could be are now high rises.
Thank you, ma'am. We appreciate you. Anybody else? Okay, seeing none, we're going to move into our public hearings and ordinances. Item 7 on the published agenda tonight is first reading, legislative public hearing, first reading of ordinance 2021-75. I'm gonna ask the attorney to read this in to the record for us, but I am gonna ask the commission, because we're gonna have a quasi-judicial that's right after this, and the P&Z got a little sideways here. We're only, in the next two agenda items, we're only focusing on whether or not we want this area to be commercial intensive, from residential to commercial intensive. We're not, the conversation is not about what the applicant may or may not put there, whether we think that may or may not work. We need to try to stay focused on, do we see this area as commercial intensive area? This body and the P&Z will have a lot of more bites at the apple when it comes to what goes there, right? And that will be the appropriate time to have conversations about what should be there. All we're focused on in 7 and 8 is, do we see this area as commercial intensive? Do we see commercial growth in this area? Okay. Mr. Attorney, would you please read on first reading ordinance 2021-75/CPA 21-26 into the record for us?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, this is an ordinance of the City of Newberry, Florida, amending ordinance number 4-91 as amended, relating to the amendment of the future land use plan map of the City of Newberry Comprehensive Plan of 50 or fewer acres of land under the small-scale development amendment procedures established under provisions of section 163.3187 of the Florida statutes as amended, providing for a change in future land use classification from residential low density 1 to 4 dwelling units per acre to commercial on certain lands within the corporate limits of the city of Newberry, Florida, tax parcel numbers 01950000000, 01950-001-000, 01951-000-000, and 01951-001-000, consisting of approximately 2.34 contiguous acres of land, providing severability, repealing all ordinances in conflict, and providing an effective date. Appropriate motion is pass ordinance number 2021-75 as read by its first, this is first reading and by title only.
Thank you, sir.
Sir.
Ms. Wendy, please come down and give us a presentation.
This application is the first step of actually putting future land use designation that belongs on the piece of property. It's the first public hearing before the City Commission. It's gone to the Planning and Zoning Board. Small-scale plan amendment, as we said, when it's 50 or fewer acres, and that means that it doesn't have to go to the state for their review. So this is an application by the property owners for 4 parcels, totaling about 2.34 acres, to change it from the City of Newberry's, it's in the City of Newberry, so it's going from residential low density to commercial on the future land use map. The eastern 2 parcels are the ones that are planned for development at this time as an Eliana's coffee shop. And a separate agreement that we're pursuing with the applicant was a developer's agreement. We're doing that as opposed to what we talked about before, the development agreement. Developer's agreement being the same requirements that we had in there, just about the corridor standards and hooking up to water and sewer, which is there at this location. But it'll be that agreement that's prepared between the staff and the applicant, and then the city manager is able to sign that along with the applicant, so it doesn't have to go through the Florida Chapter 163 process. So this is the location of the property, being on the south side of Newberry Road, just on the west side of Southwest. I think is that south? I thought I said it was southeast, but Southwest 246 and Carolus Drive. And this gives you the future land use designation. You can see right now where it's low-density residential and it's being requested for commercial, which you see the other areas that are in red, that's commercial in that area along Newberry Road. So at this point, I'll let the applicant make their presentation, and then I conclude staff's presentation after that.
Presentation.
Yay.
Good choice. I just figured they would use it. They would. I think it's hard to say SEC twice.
Oh, now you have it.
Thanks. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My name is Chris Potts. I'm the Director of Engineering for JV Pro. And as Wendy and you said ahead of time, we're here to discuss amending the future land use of these 4 parcels from residential low density to commercial. As Wendy mentioned, this is on the Newberry Road corridor. So in the city's vision, this corridor is a commercial corridor coming into the city. Presentation's just very brief because I know Wendy's going to go into more detail for you. But as she mentioned, the existing land use is residential low density. We're proposing commercial, which will mimic what is across Newberry Road and hopefully continue on down the corridor of Newberry Road. Utilities are there as far as potable water and wastewater, so we will be connecting to city utilities. Going forward, when we come in for development plans, we'll go through permitting with city staff as well as DOT to handle any traffic concerns. We'll meet all the LDR requirements and that sort of thing. But right now, we're just requesting a land use change. So more in-depth detail as far as traffic and utilities, environmental and stormwater will go into once we get into that stage. So really, we just request from the commission that you guys recommend approval similar to what city staff and the planning and zoning board has.
Thank you, sir.
So we're going to go back to the presentation where we were, and so looking at the property, we know the location of the property, that the requested commercial future land use change is consistent with your comprehensive plan. Both the goals, policies, and objectives, the urban service area development, economic development, because it provides jobs and small business support, private property rights, that is consistent with those, and the future land use map classification uses in the area, the community visioning as proposed for that area, and the city gateways, knowing that we want to look at commercial corridor standards and the previous State Road 26 corridor study as well. The Planning and Zoning Board did recommend approval of the change to future land use map to change it to commercial designation. The recommended action is to approve ordinance 2021-75 for plan amendment CPA 21-26 on first reading.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Wendy. You may have said it when I stepped out. This applicant is only seeking to purchase 2 of those, but those parcels, but it has agreed to request the rezoning on all 4. Did we go over that just for clarification's sake? Which I think we appreciate that, because I do think that whole area there, if it's going to be commercial intensive, the whole thing should be commercial intensive.
Yes, all 4 parcels.
There's 4. You go Hardee's, Methodist Church, 4 parcels. Right. They're all, the request tonight is to rezone all 4 of those.
So better to plan
And I think this is
that
is a good plan, right? You have questions, Commissioner Mason?
Yeah. There are houses there right now, right?
Correct.
So, huh? You said that's who the applicants are? I thought they were like, there are families in each home, right? Are they?
2 of them are for sale, and I think the sale is contingent on this rezoning. So if he gets the rezoning, then those 2 families will sell the property, and those 2 homes will be demolished for a commercial business. The other 2 are not for sale right now, they're not for sale. If this rezoning, they'll go for sale at a much higher price. You know. No, the residents will want to sell, right? They'll say, okay, now I'm commercial. Yeah. So, but I think I'm just complimenting staff to have the foresight to say, we don't want to do comprehensive zoning without doing those other 2 as well, right? Because we're clearly saying to those who are, these 4 parcels are not part of the neighborhood that's behind. So we'd be saying to the other 2 parcels, we're letting a business come in right in. So everybody's all up front and on the same page doing it this way. So I appreciate the applicant, I appreciate staff. It's a good call, it's a good catch. Any questions about Commissioner Farnsworth?
If this whole area is rezoned commercial and the people that are living in the houses that will be commercial, but they don't want it to be sold, or they're not going to sell it right yet, if they happen to move out, another resident cannot move back in there. It has to go to be a commercial property, right?
It's used as a residential consistently.
Yeah.
So it's not like they move out and then just move away for a couple of years and then you try to rent it or something. But no, they can continue that use until it goes through as a, with the
Okay,
site
so
development plan.
someone owns it, they're renting it out now, and somebody moves out, they can rent it to somebody else
Yes.
without, okay.
Just means instead of selling it at a residential rate, when they can sell it to a business at a much higher rate, when they want to. Right. Yeah. Okay. Any other, Commissioner Martin?
The closed daycare on 1946, that's not commercial property there? That the daycare that's closed?
On the other side of it.
No, I mean, that's, the future land use is residential and in the zoning is residential as well.
They operate through a special exception.
The daycare that used to be there on the other side of
I understand.
Cedar Ridge entrance?
But it's not there now, but they can, it's residential, it's either R1A or R13, R1. Anyway, it's RSF
2.
I am still using the county designations to this day.
It's RSF 2.
RSF 2, thank you.
No, just take it out of your paycheck, that's fine.
Yeah, go ahead. Goodness gracious, all right. Thanks.
Is that part of this parcel right here where the 246th Street is on your map? Is that just, because I mean, I drive through there and I know it goes all the way to the road. Is there an easement is what that is? It's taking out part of that easement, Wendy?
And let the applicant.
See it right there, how wide it is?
Yeah, you need to.
It's a right of way?
It is right away,
Oh.
right, but it's,
There's a sign in the middle of the road.
Yeah.
It's split.
all right.
10-4. I'm good, thank you.
Okay. Further questions? Okay. I'll entertain a motion if anyone's have a motion to approve. Commissioner Mazon, second from Commissioner Coleman. Any more comments or questions on the motion on the floor from the dais? Does the public have any comments or questions on the motion on the floor? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Unanimously. Item number 9 is, no, I was looking at I can't see his face there, so I didn't know if he had, I couldn't hear him, you know. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, item 9 is, item 8 is quasi judicial. According to our new adopted rules, I'm going to read this procedure since this is a different hearing than the Board of Adjustment one time. If nobody new enters the board, I'm not going to read it over again. I'm going to do ex parte and I'm going to do swearing in, hopefully, one time, because Brian and Mike are going to go ahead and swear in. And again, if no one else enters, we won't do that again. And I'll ask the attorney to advise decision-making body one time. So even if we leave quasi-judicial to go to a legislative, we will still be in quasi-judicial when we come back to expedite the process. So this is quasi-judicial public hearing on first reading ordinance 2021-76/LDR 2135. In a moment, I'm going to ask the attorney to read that ordinance into the record. Before I do, I'm going to go ahead and ask the let me just go ahead and explain the rules concerning testimony, and that's primarily that substantial and confident evidence must be met. When the board makes a decision, it shall state the following: all public testimony will be taken under oath. Everyone testifying will be subject to cross-examination. All documents and exhibits shall be entered into evidence, and the giving of opinion testimony is limited to experts. Closing arguments will be limited to the evidence of record. That means this board is only allowed to listen to and consider expert evidence. Now, I'm going to go ahead and ask the Clerk, if you would please swear in anybody here to speak to any of the quasi-judicial items tonight, even if you don't know that you're going to speak to them. If you might speak to them, please go ahead and stand up and swear in. Mike?
Okay. Starting at my left, please state your name for the record.
Brian Thomas.
And you can your last one.
Chris Potts. Mike New.
Do you hereby swear from the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. You can do this one.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let's go ahead and do ex parte. And remember, you're doing any ex parte on any of the quasi-judicials tonight. Do you have anything you need to talk to the attorney about? Mr. Coleman?
No.
Thank you. Commissioner Clark?
No.
Commissioner Farnsworth?
No.
Commissioner Martin?
No, sir.
Commissioner Maison?
No, sir.
Thank you, gentlemen. Mr. Attorney, would you please read this ordinance into the record, and then I will go through the presentation order.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, this is an ordinance of the City of Newberry, Florida, relating to the amendment of the official zoning atlas of the rezoning of approximately 2.34 contiguous acres, amending the official zoning atlas of the City of Newberry land development regulations, providing for the rezoning from residential single-family RSF1 and residential single-family RSF2 zoning districts to commercial intensive CI zoning district on certain lands within the corporate limits of the City of Newberry, Florida, tax parcel numbers 01950-000-000, 01950-001-000, 01951-000-000, and 01951-001-000, providing for severability, repealing all ordinances in conflict, and providing an effective date. The appropriate motion is to pass at the appropriate time ordinance number 2021-76 as read by its title only on first reading.
Thank you, sir. The presentation order that we will follow for this and all quasi-judicials tonight is first we're going to hear from a staff overview. If the applicant is not present, she's going to slide right into the staff report recommendation. If we do have an applicant present, we'll hear from the applicant first with no time limit. Then we will not hear from any third-party interveners because nobody has contacted me wishing to claim third-party intervener status, so we'll go straight to public comment. Any member of the public wishing to speak to any agenda item will be given 3 minutes to do so. Then the applicant's going to have the opportunity to cross-examine. Staff can cross-examine members of the decision-making body. We'll be able to ask questions of staff or the applicant. Final arguments will be made by the applicant and the staff. The city attorney is going to advise the decision-making body just one time. There's only one time in this one for the whole night. Then we will deliberate. After deliberations, the motion will be made to approve of conditions, continue, or deny the applications. That's the order that we'll follow, and we'll begin with staff overview. Take it away, Ms. Wendy.
This is an application to amend the zoning atlas and to change the zoning from residential single-family designations of RSF1 and RSF2 to commercial intensive. You just heard the future land use change, the comprehensive plan amendment, which you've approved on a first reading. So this is that next step of that process to change the zoning from the county to the city classification, and in this case from the county residential to the city. This is an application, actually, I think that's incorrect. Isn't it incorrect? That's, the application is changing it from the residential to the commercial land use category within the city. It's not the county to the city. So this is an application, again, 4 parcels, the 2.34 acres, the eastern 2 parcels being considered for Emiliano's coffee shop. All 4 parcels are being seeking the commercial intensive zoning category. There is a separate agreement that will be pursued, that was mentioned as a part of the plan amendment, that the property owners in the city will look at to deal with the corridor standards. The location of the property, again, south side of Newberry Road, just west of Corellis Drive, and Southwest 246. The application shows that the zoning, this is a zoning map, and shows that it will be changed to commercial intensive. You see the other commercial in the area. I'm going to go through the presentation in the interest of time so that then the applicant can pick up with their presentation, and then we won't have to go back and forth. And the commercial intensive does allow for highly automotive-oriented uses. It does also include commercial general uses, which are more general retail, commercial and office and service activities. The comprehensive plan allows for this type of zoning in the commercial land use category, and rezoning to commercial intensive at this location is consistent with the plan and with the parts of the plan as listed in this slide. The recommendation of the Planning and Zoning Board at their meeting on December 6th is to approve the application. They voted 3-1. The recommended action is to approve the ordinance 2021-76 for LDR 2135 on first reading, contingent upon approval of the CPA 2126. And the applicant has their presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Wendy. They want to give their presentation, but we've already done staff presentation with the recommendation.
Yes.
Okay, come on back up. Sir?
Thank you. Chris Potts, Director of Engineering for JB Pro. I am a licensed engineer in the state of Florida and Georgia. So as Wendy mentioned, we're here requesting a zoning change from RSF1 and RSF2 to commercial intensive to be consistent with the future land use that was just recommended for approval. Now, just for the board's consideration, for reassurances, is the two parcels that are to the east that are abutting 246 are the ones under contract. The two parcels to the west that are adjacent to the church are current residential houses, and they can maintain their uses as residential even with the zoning change. And as of right now, there is no intention for those two parcels to be sold. And so we're just requesting, again, to change from RSF1 to RSF and RSF2 to commercial intensive to be in line with the city's vision for the corridor of Newberry Road, State Road 26. And we are aware of the corridor design standards. Yes, we are waiting for them to be finalized, and we will enter agreement with staff once we get to that point as figuring out what those development standards are. And the actual development plans for the parcel will come back forward through review for board approval. So that's it. We just request commission's approval, and we appreciate the staff's recommended for approval as well. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Does any members of the public wish to speak to this agenda item? Seeing none, we will move to, did you hear anything, applicant from staff you'd like to cross-examine? Staff, would you like to cross-examine the applicant? Okay, members of the decision-making body, do you have any questions of the applicant or of staff? Commissioner Farnsworth, and then we'll go to Commissioner Martin.
I was kind of curious as what type of commercial business is going to be going in there.
The applicant is free to answer that, but I just want to remind everybody that all we're focused on tonight is the zoning. When they decide what the business will be, we'll have lots more bites at the apple to enter in that conversation. So
I was kind of curious as to what type of businesses could go into this commercial intensive.
So in commercial intensive, in Wendy's breakdown earlier, there's two categories. Basically, there's general commercial, which can be retail, offices, sales, and that sort of thing. And then the higher, more intensive commercial, like drive-throughs and that sort of thing, is allowed in that zoning category.
And I'm not trying to make it a secret. If the applicant is ready to disclose what the building is,
yes.
I just don't want us to get off track again.
So the intention is the two eastern parcels to be a Ileana's coffee shop. And then the reasoning for the rezoning of the other two parcels is to make sure that we obtain the consistency of the city's and the commission's vision for the corridor. So with the city staff's recommendation, we included those two parcels as well for rezoning.
So it'd be similar to the Ileana's over in Alachua?
Correct. Yes, it's the same franchise.
I think Amy's coffee is delicious.
Hopefully, hopefully, Mr. Mayor, that answered the question.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not trying to be secretive. I'm just trying to keep us on the question we have to answer today. Commissioner Martin, you had a question as well?
One thing. We've spoke to everybody is involved in the residential houses wants this, all the members, property
Yes.
owners.
Yes, so
And
we had
they
to,
understand, do their taxes go up right away? Or does it stay, as long as it's residential, it stays residential?
so your taxes are attached to the use of the property?
So, got it.
Yes.
That makes sense.
Next year it will be reassessed at commercial.
Thank you, ain't property numbers.
He's out of the loop. Commissioner
Mayor.
Martin?
Do we actually have paperwork on file for the Ilianos at this point?
No, we do not.
Okay.
Once we get through this step, then we'll be going through that process.
Okay.
Motion to approve.
Well, hang on one second. Mr. Attorney, would you please advise the decision-making body as to applicable law?
Substantial and competent evidence, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, sir. I have a motion for approval from Commissioner Maison, a second from Commissioner Coleman. Any final comments or questions on the motion on the floor from the dais? Hearing none. Any comments or questions on the motion on the floor from the public? Hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Motion passed unanimously. I saw Monty's mask move. That'll move us to item 9. We're back to legislative, but we're still in our quasi judicial. Ms. Wendy, I think you're going to lead us through that as you make your way up here. Mr. Attorney, would you please read on first reading ordinance 2021-65/CPA 21-25 into the record, please?
An ordinance of the City of Newberry, Florida, amending ordinance number 4-91 is amended relating to the amendment of the future land use plan map of the City of Newberry Comprehensive Plan of 50 or fewer acres of land under the small-scale development amendment procedures established under the provisions of Section 163.3187 of the Florida statutes as amended, providing for a change in future land use classification from Letcher County rural agriculture less than or equal to 1 dwelling unit per 5 acres to City of Newberry commercial on certain lands within the corporate limits of the City of Newberry, Florida. Tax parcel numbers 01928-004-000, consisting of approximately 3.0 contiguous acres of land, providing severability, repealing all ordinances in conflict, and providing an effective date. Appropriate motion is to pass ordinance number 2021-65 upon its first reading by title only.
Thank you, sir.
Sure.
Ms. Wendy, take it away.
It's an application to change the future land use map of your comprehensive plan from county rural agriculture to city commercial. And this is property that was recently annexed into the city back in September. And so this would be the first step before the city commission, the first public hearing, first reading of the ordinance. It has been to the Planning and Zoning Board. The application is by Lee Smith for RPM Auto, and changing that land use map. And there's a separate agreement for this property as well, developer's agreement regarding the water and wastewater connections and the design standards. The location of the property on the south side of West Newberry Road, just to the west of Southwest 226th Street. The future land use map shows you the location currently as county agriculture, and it would be changed to commercial. You see the red, that's already commercial in that area. It is consistent. Sure, okay. So that's the 3-acre parcel that's now annexed into the city. And that's the property that's on the west side of Southwest 226th Street for RPM Auto. And the request is for commercial future land use. Right.
Is that oh, the fence comes
Enterprise.
Yep.
Yeah, right.
Correct. All 4 enterprises.
Is that the same property that had one of those metal storage containers sitting there for a while? Is that the one we were talking about? That was.
I don't think so.
That's further down. Okay, but this is right next to. It's still off Florida, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Right, they're still at that location. These are just,
That's,
yeah,
no.
Newberry Oaks, further.
Newberry Oaks is past behind the equestrian.
That's where the agriculture,
That's the
agri-tech
Ag Tech
park.
Park,
for
future site.
Mocha Ranch now, right.
Here, I got the aerial right here.
Right.
No.
Are we ready to move to the next one? Next time. It is, are you ready?
Tell us whose family lineage it is, and Monty will know right where it's at.
Okay, well, we'll do that next time. And we'll make sure we have that to help you get oriented.
Yeah.
The requested commercial land use is consistent with the comprehensive plan, with your goals, objectives, and policies, and the economic development element, the urban service development area, and the private property rights which you recently adopted, as well as the other items listed on the screen that are in your packet as well. The recommendation of the Planning and Zoning Board is to approve the plan amendment, CPA 2125, and the recommended action is to approve ordinance 2021-65, CPA 21-25 on first reading.
Okay. Questions? We're located, Commissioner Mazon.
When is the bill out on this?
There is nothing that's been indicated by the property
Just
owner.
rezoning?
Yeah. He's talked about moving his site, his existing operation there, but he has no current plans at this time.
So he's gonna completely move it, shut down the old one?
I don't know for sure, but he has mentioned that as an option, and then again, he said maybe not. But he'd like to do that so that he can consider his options in the future.
Cool.
You have two. You can franchise with.
Yeah. Commissioner Martin.
The only thing that what Commissioner Mazon is bringing up is the fact that that property will be zoned commercial intensive, and it's done by him, but it doesn't mean that he's going to put automotive in there just because it's a Lee.
Right.
It could, he's just changing the zoning, and he can
And this is the
sell it to
future
somebody
land
else
use
to do
map
something else
change.
with it.
So-
But it's still, it would still be commercial, and
So this is a
That's-
commercial future land use
Right.
category that would allow for commercial districts to be placed into that.
And
Yes.
just like the previous two items, whenever he makes a decision, it'll
He
come
would
back.
come back for site and development plan approval.
Now, the next,
Commissioner Farnsworth.
next agenda item, it says
That's the rezoning.
to commercial automotive, so that's kind of pretty clear to me.
But the commercial automotive is wider than
Includes-
just,
Right. It includes your, we're getting on the other topic, but we'll discuss that at that item. But yes, it does include the other commercial categories as well.
Any other questions from the dais? Wendy, would we, yet on the previous slide that he also has agreed, and we know Ms. Potts just said we'll design. And I should have asked this before, we're getting this in writing, right? That
Yes.
They're staying, before I understand that these guys are doing development standards, I'll have to adhere to that. It's not
The
not a
same
verbal
requirements.
agreement. I
The
know
same
we kind of
requirements.
breezed through one earlier, and the applicant says, well, I've got verbal agreements from people, but we're kind of moving away from verbal agreements. We're in a 2022 world of written contracts. We've signed on the dotted line what we're going to do, and then we know.
All developments that are coming through before you, anything that's along the state roads has a developer's agreement or development agreement in the past. That's part of their process. And so that developer's agreement has all of those same conditions that were included in previous development agreements that you've approved.
Okay, thank
And it
you.
will be signed prior to your second reading.
Okay. Any other questions for staff? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
We have a motion from Commissioner Barton.
Second.
Second from Commissioner Mazon. Any comments, questions on the floor from the dais? Seeing none, any public comments, questions on the motion on the floor? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passed unanimously. We're still in quasi judicial. We've all sworn in. No one new has entered the room, correct? We've had some people leave, but no one new is here. Mr. Attorney, would you please read On first reading, ordinance 2021-66/LDR 21-34 into the record for us.
An ordinance of the City of Newberry, Florida relating to the amendment of the official zoning atlas for the rezoning of approximately 3.0 acres of land, amending the official zoning atlas of the City of Newberry Land Development Regulations, providing for rezoning from Alachua County Rural Agricultural A zoning district to the City of Newberry Commercial Automotive CA zoning district on certain lands within the corporate limits of the City of Newberry, Florida, tax parcel number 01928-004-000, providing severability, repealing all ordinances in conflict, and providing an effective date. The appropriate motion is to pass ordinance number 2021-66 as read by title only.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Winnie, give us the overview, and if the applicant's not here, slide right into that recommendation.
All right, thank you. This application is for the rezoning part of the process that you just heard for the property that on the plan amendment. So this is your second step to change zoning from the county to the city classification. Now that the property is annexed, it completes that annexation process. This is your first public hearing for the first reading of the ordinance. Again, the application by Lee Smith to change from county agriculture to commercial automotive. It's a city zoning category on the 3 acres. There is a separate agreement that's also in process for the developer's agreement that will be signed prior to second reading that deals with all of the same requirements, dealing with your design requirements, corridor design, and the water and sewer connections. The location of the property, again, same south of Newberry Road on just to the west of Southwest 226th Street. This shows you the zoning map. Of course, it goes from county agriculture to city commercial automotive. The land development regulations speak to the commercial automotive zoning district and state that it's intended for intensive retail sales and services that are automotive oriented, requiring visible access to automotive traffic. And it does typically have larger areas of land, but not always. It permits specific automotive-oriented uses, and it also permits those uses allowed in your commercial intensive and in your commercial general district. And those uses essentially for the commercial intensive district, as we were looking at previously for the other application, includes the retail commercial outlets, and service establishments, which does include repair and service, the truck stop idea, but remember that the size of property dictates the types of uses that can go on this location. It also allows for public buildings and facilities, and then the commercial automotive district itself, which includes that commercial intensive and commercial general, which is the general retail sales and services, is consistent with the Newberry Comprehensive Plan. Same list of items that we already went through, and the recommendation of the Planning and Zoning Board at their December 6th meeting is for approval of the plan, of the rezoning contingent upon the plan amendment, and staff's recommendation is for approval on first reading contingent on the plan amendment.
Thank you, ma'am. I lost my spot. There we are. Okay, anybody here from the public wish to comment on this agenda item? Given 3 minutes to do so. Seeing none, I'm going to skip over cross-examinations and final arguments all the way down to deliberations. Anyone have any deliberations? Commissioner Farnsworth.
Is sewer currently available to that area?
Water and sewer are not right there at that site, so it is in the developer's agreement that addresses the connection of water and wastewater, same as the others within 12 months once it gets close to that property. And the property owner is amenable to that and is going to be signing that prior to the second reading.
How's that administered? I mean, do they automatically have to pay a fee, or do we add it to their taxes? How do you collect the amount of money?
Mike, I mean, I think the question is,
how do you get the money whenever?
When somebody's required to connect.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I think they paid the contractor directly to do the work, right? And we inspect it.
Correct. Under a required connection, we would advise them that they're required to connect. If they just flat refused, we'd hand it over to the city attorney, but we usually don't get to that point. We demonstrate why, we work with them to get resolution. Oftentimes, we put it on a schedule. We can get you connected within a year, type of thing. So, we've actually got one that we're currently having conversations with now that was advised that they'd have to mandatory connect about 9 years ago, and the city didn't follow through on it. New property owner, we're working on a project, and meter box is already set up. The city set up the meter box 9 years ago when they advised that they would have to connect, and so new property owner invested in a well, so we probably will, in order to make it as painless as possible, take all the steps we can to defer their requirement to connection to within reasonable, make sure it's documented so that we don't forget again. But eventually, we're going to have them connect. They're going to come in and sign an application for utility billing, and we will add it to their bill. And in a case where they can demonstrate hardship, we would probably ask for their connection charge to be collected, divided by 12 months. To give us 1/12 of it for the next year. We'll get the cap charge. For wastewater, it's pretty expensive. Water, it's about $800. It's not as bad.
So, water is within 800 feet of this property already, correct?
This is the...
Lee Smith.
Absolutely.
So are they going to be required to...
Connect to water and sewer as part of their development.
Okay.
And this is being rezoned to CA for a daycare that the Board of Adjustment may have considered as an existing septic tank. Staff would probably work with them to schedule when wastewater, it was cost effective to bring wastewater across the highway. And currently we haven't built the force main to connect our new lift station to our wastewater plant, but that is scheduled to go out for bid any day. So by the time these guys develop, we expect there to be a point of connection. But something as intense as commercial automotive, where they're doing oil changes and dumping fluids from vehicles and replacing them, we would make efforts to get them connected from day one and to plan for that in their development cost.
Who pays to run the sewer line from one side of the road to the other?
Generally, it's on the development to do those extensions. Occasionally, the city may participate at some low level if they can demonstrate to us that we need a 2-inch main, and the city knows that we need an 8-inch main across the street to serve future development. We don't usually require the developer that needed a 2-inch line to bear the full freight and charge for an 8-inch water main. Doesn't seem fair. But at least along this corridor, we're identifying several folks that are developing at a time, and we're partnering them up to share those costs. And a great example of that would be back to the daycare. The daycare is planning to connect to our water system. There's benefit to them. Their neighbor is going to be, the fence company is moving in. The commission required them to connect when it's within 800 feet, and it already is. And their neighbor immediately to the east is the boat storage place. And they know they have expansion plans. They don't have anything in concrete right now, but they know they're going to be required to connect to water. All three of them have agreed to work together to get water to their side of the highway. They'll share those costs. We are the facilitator.
So there's no out-of-pocket cost to the citizens of Newberry for these people to connect?
Generally, there's no out-of-pocket cost. Again, if we decide that, like if it's just one development and their demand is really a 2-inch demand, then we may, through your capital improvement fund, pay to oversize the main to get it to be an 8-inch main. And
for future development?
For future development, and recognizing when that future development comes along, they all pay that capacity charge, cap charge, our water impact fee. It's about $800, and those revenues go straight back into the fund that we would have paid for the oversizing.
Okay, thank you.
I would say the running the water under the road has been the holdup, trying to work out that kind of cost sharing. There have been 4 or 5 businesses that are looking to open up on Newberry Road. They all need that, and it's that question of the first one has to do it. Well, they got to pull the trigger on that entire cost. Is there a way to kind of partner and share that ahead of time? And once again, I think our staff has worked really, really hard to develop these ways that businesses can partner, and not one person has to shell out, I don't know, $500,000 to do whatever they have to do, and then wait for 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 years for other people to come in and get their money back. Okay, we're still in deliberations. Any more questions? If no more questions for staff, do I have a motion on the floor? I don't think I have a motion for this.
Motion on the floor.
No? I have a motion from Commissioner Maison, second from Commissioner Coleman. For approval? He's laughing, so I say that's yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I have a motion, probably second on the floor. Any more questions from the dais? Any public questions on the motion on the floor? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Motion passes unanimously. That takes us to item 11. We're back in legislative, still holding that quasi-judicial umbrella over our heads. Mr. Attorney, would you please read ordinance 2022-18/LDR 22-01 into the record for us?
An ordinance of the City of Newberry, Florida, amending the text of the City of Newberry Land Development Regulations as amended by amending Section 4.4A Agricultural subsection 4.4.5 Special Exceptions, adding small-scale rural event centers as a special exception, providing severability, repealing all ordinances in conflict, and providing an effective date. The appropriate motion is to pass ordinance number 2022-18 as read by title only.
Thank you, sir. I'll just say before Wendy launches into this presentation, I'm excited about this. I think this ordinance, you guys may want to tweak it, but I think this ordinance is going to close some gaps that we have right now and give the commission some flexibility to do some things that we currently can't do. So I think it's another example of our staff thinking outside of the box of trying to find a creative way to address some issues. With that introduction, take it away, Ms. Wendy.
Thank you. So this is an application by the city to address some agricultural uses, specifically to allow rural event centers. It's looking at an ordinance that would be able to make changes to the land development regulations to provide for an additional special exception in your agriculture zoning district. This is tonight's first reading of the ordinance. It takes 2 readings of an ordinance to amend your land development regulations. The proposed amendment would be adding a small-scale rural event center as a use allowed as a special exception, and it's the result of multiple inquiries that we've received regarding a need for and also an interest in developing venues for agricultural and wellness-related educational, recreation, and entertainment types of activities, but having them in a rural setting and having them available to both the local community and to visitors. So it's not just a tourism thing, but it's also for your local community. So the special exception process is the legal mechanism that we're recommending that would be the best way to achieve that. It allows for the Board of Adjustment to have to permit certain uses in specific zoning districts on a case-by-case basis, determining findings and adding conditions that are tailored to that specific request at that specific location. So it's the best way to look at them individually each time. It does require public notice, and that's how all of your special exceptions are treated. Public notice, public hearings, it goes before the Board of Adjustment and before the Planning and Zoning Board. And then you have a list of special exceptions already in your agriculture district, and this would be adding another possible special exception that you could consider if someone applied for one. This is for the small-scale rural event center. It does, special exception in your code is defined as meaning a use that wouldn't normally be appropriate in a zoning district without having some kind of restrictions on it and being controlled as to number, area, location, relationship to the neighborhood, and making sure that would promote the public health, safety, morals, order, comfort, convenience, appearance, prosperity, or the general welfare. And they are to be listed in your zoning district, in your code. So the purpose of that special exception would be able to allow in that particular zoning district, in this case, the agriculture district, to have someone apply for a special exception, come before you, and which you can place conditions, the staff would recommend conditions, and you can place those conditions and others that are specific to the use and location that are imposed to ensure that the safety and welfare of the community at large is protected, and that to ensure compatibility with the surrounding area. And then you would make findings, as you know, with each of your special exceptions in your resolution. You have findings that are made that address the impact on the surrounding areas and other businesses, as well as the needs of the overall public welfare. And it's included in the body of your resolution, and those are included whether you approve or deny a special exception. In this case, we're recommending this language that you have that's in your packet, and also here specifically that it would be a special exception someone could apply for a small-scale rural event center related to agricultural uses, agritourism, and or wellness retreats to include but not be limited to recreation, entertainment, and or educational experiences and accessory uses such as associated sales of agricultural products grown on or off premises, beer gardens, farm-to-table cafes, food truck plazas, outdoor health and wellness activities. And for the purpose of this small-scale rural event center, the special exception, the small scale is defined as having 300 or fewer participants, attendees. So the small scale provision is in there mainly to make it clear that the application, when someone applies for one, it's only for those kinds of venues that are going to have no more than that. And you can limit that. You can still place limitations on your special exception depending on the location, as to hours of operation, as to the types of events that they can have at this location. So it's really a custom type of thing, like as with your other special exceptions that you would condition. You can address your fire and life safety, parking, hours of operation, open space, compatibility, drainage, light, air, noise, etc. The recommendation of the Planning and Zoning Board was to recommend to the City Commission approval of the ordinance, and the recommended action tonight is to approve Ordinance 22-18 for the application LDR 22-01 on first reading. If you have any questions, try to answer them.
Okay, Commissioner Clark.
What triggered this?
Good question.
We have received,
Right now, if you're outside our urban service boundary, the only zoning package that you can do if you want to do something outside that area is commercial park or commercial neighborhood. We're commercial neighborhood. We're a commercial neighborhood. I think for a community like us, when we think of a commercial neighborhood, we're thinking of something like Circle H, right? I'm a feed store. I need some area to put my hay around, right? There's going to be some smells. There's going to be some dust particles. I need a business outside, right? But once you're a commercial park or commercial neighborhood, you can change. You can do anything you want because there's a lot of things you can do in a commercial neighborhood, but then we just limit the square footage of the size of the building, right? So the P&Z heard a wonderful presentation from a woman who wants to do a little German-style beer garden and some yoga classes and a full-time petting zoo. And she's got 5 acres. She's all the way at the edge of our city limits. She's down there by the Persimmons farm. She's on the south side. And she gave a great presentation. Everybody gets excited, and she wants a commercial neighborhood. But everyone is excited about that pitch, right? She could lose her funding, change her mind, sell out to a gas station, sell out to somebody else. So we are being more cautious with this commercial neighborhood because that's how you get these little zoning areas outside of your urban services area. And we're trying to encourage this from the inside out, right? So we weren't comfortable giving her commercial neighborhood just on her word that that's what she was going to build, and she wouldn't turn right around and sell it to something else. So staff got creative and created this special exception, which allows some activities like this to happen in other areas. I mean, I can absolutely see why you would want, if you're going to have a petting zoo kind of a thing and outdoor yoga, you'd want to be in a little bit more rural area out. So it allows people to come and ask you guys for a favor, and that's what a special exception is, right? It's a favor. It gives you guys the flexibility to just say no. You don't, it's not like the urban service area where you have to give a justification for why you're saying no. You just say no. And it ties the approval to the pitch that we're hearing, which is one thing I want to talk about tonight, because I wasn't quite clear on the answer to that when we had this conversation at the P&Z. For special exceptions, you have to write it in. Does a special exception stay with the land? Does it go with the person? Does it go with the business? And I think that we could have the flexibility to leave all of that open so that we can make the choice, but we want staff to remind us or some future commission, if you're granting this, are you granting it to the person? Are you granting it to this land? Can they sell it to somebody else? If they change the business, do they have to come back and get a different special exception? Ask the commission's permission. I think this also, and I didn't hear it and I didn't see it in the language, but I would recommend that we include wedding venues here, because right now we have this sort of gap about wedding venues and how wedding venues operate, right? This wouldn't affect the ones that are existence, they're grandfathered in, but this would give us a clear zoning package to give to somebody who said, I want to have a wedding venue, which right now we doesn't really exist for Newberry. So with special exception, you're not setting precedent. You could say yes to one application, no to another, even if they're similar applications for whatever reason you want, right? And we talked for a long time about, can you go back a slide, Wendy, to all of those? The accessories, you've got not limited to recreation, entertainment, education, experience, accessory uses. Those accessory uses, I think, are there to help some future commission that's not part of this conversation know what is in y'all's minds about what you were thinking of giving something like this to, right? You come in and you say, okay, I want a little beer garden, I want to have a band shell and run, Shakespeare in the park, right? 20 years from now, someone say, okay, yeah, that's what this ordinance, this special exception ordinance is allowed to do. In my mind, this is much better than commercial park, because we can tie it to the pitch that's being given to us. It's not about the zoning package, which then empowers the person to do whatever they want to with it. It gives this commission the ability to be part of that conversation about what kind of businesses do we want to see, which we don't often get to be a part of. Does that answer your question, Commissioner Clark? How do we get here?
If I might, there have been other inquiries as well, so it is something that's not just limited to one particular person who's asked for it. So it does speak to the need for something like that. The commercial neighborhood district, typically that commercial district allows for uses that are catering to the convenience needs of that area, of a smaller area around there, and it does limit the square footage. It's really not the kind of district or the place that you would want to do something like this, not the district that you would want to apply for something like this. So this enables you to do things that are agriculturally oriented. It does allow you to do on and off agricultural product sales as a part of your operation. And then you have control over approving all those different kinds of details about the use. And you can, a special exception can go with the land or with the owner or with the business as dictated in the conditions. Think of Gatorback, which was written specifically to Win Kern. And then, it was discussed later about the other property owners wanting to change it at a different time later on. So you can tailor it. You can put time limitations. You could do every 5 years review, like this with the Gatorback. So you have those options that you can do that on these kinds of things.
Well, I like that because, like you said, a time frame, you can give it, they're not conforming, you can take it away.
The special exception that Gatorback has is a 5-year rolling, is that right?
Right, we have a 5-year review period that was added, yes.
Yeah, so you can put something like that on it and say, I'll give it to you for a little bit, see how it's going. I think it gives the ultimate amount of flexibility to this board to listen to an idea and say, which right now we don't have, right? If it's outside the urban services area, our hands are tied. You get one zoning package or you get nothing. This just gives you the opportunity to say, let's have a conversation.
And the review period allows you, because, I mean, keep in mind that a lot of times these developments, they invest a lot of money, and this is a big venture for them. So having a review allows you to look at things, see how we're complying with your regulations, with your conditions, if there are any issues, and then they could probably tweak some things, you know, based on their experience during that time. It gives you that option to kind of help it along if it's successful.
Okay, can you go back to the recommended?
Yeah.
Is there any other questions, thoughts, comments, Commissioner Farnsworth?
Yeah, I'm not as convinced as Commissioner Coleman is about this. I kind of see in my mind little venues popping up all over the place, and we end up getting complaints from people that live in those areas regarding the traffic and the noise and things like that. So I'm not 100% on board with this.
Well, I mean, I understand, and we had that conversation at P&Z too. I mean, I think with a special exception, you guys are empowered to say no, right?
Yeah.
Which is ultimately where it comes down to.
Yeah, but how often do we say no?
Lately, we've been saying no a lot. Yeah. Commissioner Mays, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, that's what I was gonna say. We have the power to say no, but then if someone comes in front of us and wants to do a particular event, and if we feel that it's not just, we just say no.
Yeah. I mean, I think that this board is very friendly. Right.
This is something, if it does not conform once you approve this,
Then you yank
you
the,
can yank it.
you can yank it. I mean, I understand Commissioner Farnsworth's concerns. I get that completely. But right now, we can't engage in the conversation. So if that's the stance, I want to create a system where we don't have to hear any applications because the answer is a predetermined no, because there's no zoning package for you, there's no opportunity. Then you should vote no against this. If you want to create a situation where there is a chance to at least hear out the presentation, then we have to have something, because the only thing we have right now is commercial neighborhood, which I think is much more dangerous. Because otherwise we'd say, and the P&Z was very much in favor of this woman's pitch. They wanted to go and move forward with recommending to you guys to give her commercial neighborhood. It was only when we pointed out that once you give that zoning package, you can't take it away.
Right.
And the next day she could change her mind and say, well, thank y'all. I made a wonderful pitch. I suckered everybody, and now I'm selling to Marathon gas station. Right, Commissioner Coleman?
The only thing that does, I understand where Monty's at too, so that, is that if they're not conforming and we jet in there and say, all right, nah, you don't have this anymore, what legally, I know, do you have to get pretty deep in the woods to get them to stop whatever they were doing? You know, they're arguing that I spent all this money, yeah, I ain't doing this, but, I mean, are we?
I mean,
I know
Right.
Walker says, yeah, we're gonna.
I mean, I think we would probably start with code enforcement first. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, and I always ask that question about everything we do, right? Like when people don't do what they say they're gonna do. We had this conversation, I think we were in here for 2 hours talking about golf carts, you know, and we knew people weren't gonna follow the rules. But we also knew other people weren't gonna follow the rules. And, you know, what's the balance there of making something illegal for everybody to do just because you know some people are gonna take advantage of it, right?
And keep in mind that anything that, you know, the codes enforcement takes care of some of those things and takes those to the special magistrate. So you would have that process that, as with anything. And then when you mentioned, Commissioner Farnsworth, about so many times when you're just recommending approval and not recommending against something, keep in mind that we get a lot of other requests and applications and just interest in things that we, as staff, will talk with people and say, no, you really don't want to do that. And recommend, you know, kind of push something away, especially when it's totally, it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't meet our regulations at all, would have no chance. So the ones that come before you are the ones that, generally meet our requirements, and then they're up to you to actually decide on that particular location. But, so we do keep a lot of those things that you don't see.
This is a tool in your toolbox.
Yes, sir.
It just concerns me that you're gonna have like little commercial properties popping up all over.
And I think that I would go on record saying that's not what I intend to do this, and I would encourage us not to go down that road. It was the, board member Johnson voted against this. He was the one vote on the P&Z, and that was his same concern. We're letting too many things happen in agricultural areas. I think my rebuttal to that, though, is we still are letting all these things happen, right? If you're right and we just don't say no to anybody, then we'll say yes to commercial neighborhoods, and then we've lost even more control than someone asking for this, where we can guide them into something that we can say yes to, right? I mean, she was here asking for a commercial neighborhood. Staff was recommending approval, right? And it was the P&Z that said, well, wait a minute, once we give that, it's a done deal, right? And what she just pitched to us may not be what gets built a year later, right?
Right.
So,
Staff had recommended approval already.
Staff would recommend approval for commercial neighborhood I'm not down in staff. Her presentation, everybody in P&Z wanted to get up and go, participate in her business. I mean, she did just a great job pitching this wonderful idea. It was very bucolic, relaxing, right?
That's the only place she has is capitalism.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean,
so.
Yeah, I understand.
But I would say, guys, please don't, go all hog and, approve 18 of these things and sprinkle all. Let's be very strategic about the kinds of businesses we want to, invite.
Let's get our feet wet and see what works.
And that's at the end of the day, you can pass this ordinance, and if we say yes to 6, and we're not saying no to any, and they're popping up, then you can say, hey, this is happening too much. We got to yank it back. Take it away.
Like we approve Ross's out there when they have their get together.
We did not.
That's it.
Yeah. It would fall into this wouldn't cover like a one-time special exception.
That's what I'm talking about. I mean, that's just a one-time thing. But this is going to be continuously.
If they built a building and they were going to have, something all the time, then they could come and say, hey, I want to do this. And that would actually give us the opportunity to say, well, we'll consider it, but you got to have ASO there, 1 cop per a ratio. You got to have, it would allow us to put the conditions in that would perhaps mitigate the event and make it not, clog up 26 and cause the issues that it was causing.
I got a question.
Are you yielding the floor, Commissioner Farnsworth?
I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Commissioner Coleman.
Any other cities doing this?
They have other methods of doing them similar to this. They have other kinds of things like that. The good thing is that when you have a special exception, it requires they have to invest a lot of time and effort and money into that application, because they have to provide the site plan and provide all the details, like when the applicant was discussing it before. So they have to put those efforts in there to proceed, and for you to have enough information to even consider approving it. A lot.
Right now, if somebody came to us and they said, hey, I want to open up a wedding venue on Marlowe Farms. How do I do that in the city of Newberry? The only thing we could actually say is commercial neighborhood, right? Which would limit you to 3,000 square feet. And I could say, well, I was going to put up, but then once I got that zoning, somebody came in and offered me more money for that land, so I'm going to settle it out. This would be able, in this, we can tie the applicant's feet to what they present to us. Mm-hmm. And we can't do that in any other zoning all the ones we did tonight. It's commercial intensive. Well, what can I put there? A whole plethora of things could go there, and you get people, I'm sure that Mr. Smith is going to do something himself there, but you get investors who just come in, change the zoning, because they can know how to work the system and turn right around and sell it to somebody else, So this makes us at the table in a way that the commercial neighborhood doesn't put us at the table, in my mind.
We got 3 wedding venues already, don't
We do. I'm just using that as an example. The market might be flooded with wedding venues. But, I don't know, people like getting divorced too, so that means they gotta get married
we?
again.
The divorce venues. You don't have to hurry toes.
I'm waiting for one to come in, you get divorced on this end of the building, and you get married on that end of the building, it's full service, you know?
Well, I'm not convinced, whatever.
All right, well, are we working our way towards a motion one way or the other? We want to table this, sleep on it, bring it back? I mean, we do have an applicant who is ready to move forward.
I move to approve it.
Okay, I have a motion to approve. I have a second to approve the motion. A motion was made by Commissioner Coleman, seconded by Commissioner Maison.
I think
Now,
it's
I'm
clear on
making
that.
sure staff doesn't have
Something else.
something else they want to include. Does Dias have any questions for staff before we, did you hear anything that you need to?
Brian just said that, just to make sure that you understand that you have the power, you would have the power to deny, of course,
Always have,
the application.
yeah.
And then I would add, for your motion to be clear, are you asking that wedding venues be added as a type of use in that language?
That was your motion, and that was your
If you want to
second?
include that.
Okay, can we include?
But I got one
What are
comment.
you trying to do on the wedding? I mean, just asking, I don't own.
I just want it included in the, and I don't know that it would be an accessory, so I don't know how this language is, but
would
I want to
be-
close that. I feel like we have a gap when it comes to
Yeah.
wedding venues. I think this is the way to close that gap.
And a
I-
wedding venue is an event.
Would be an
center.
accessory.
It's not the accessory, it is the event.
Right,
It
it's
would
the
be the
main, it would be the
event
event center.
So, I mean, it may not, we,
It-
as long
we
as
do
we
have a
just
whole.
understand
We
that
don't.
I could have a rural event center and that the event is weddings, I don't know that we need to change the language.
At this time, like you were saying, the commercial neighborhood district does not provide for something like that. You could not zone property commercial neighborhood to allow wedding venues. So if you're trying to do something in the agricultural area, this is your best mechanism to do that and have control over it.
I mean, do I need to add anything, or is just small scale rural event, weddings could be events, are we already good?
This looks like spot zoning to me. And if you're gonna have a business with 300 people coming to it every day, and they don't have to be hooked up to sewer, they don't have to be hooked up to water. I mean, you're having a business just pop up out in nowhere. It just doesn't make any sense to me.
Commissioner Coleman?
How much, this is a staff, how much of this is going on without this right now that y'all find out there?
Find out after the fact.
Yeah, after the fact. How much of that's going on?
It's really the wedding venues, I mean, that's what
That's
we,
where you're-
that's the only thing we really,
Okay.
I mean, that we know of.
right, that we know.
Yeah, I mean, that what we're after here?
No, it's because of the other
weddings,
interests.
I don't even think staff had thought about the weddings.
No.
The weddings came up at the P and Z, like, would this cover wedding venues? And we're like, yeah, that's a good idea. This would cover a wedding venue option, right?
And then
For
out
the
there,
new, what's coming.
For new, the ones that are there,
You leave.
Yeah.
done.
but like what's going out there, where they have the big shindig, we've only approved that one time, correct? But they're still doing it. Am I correct there or not?
They haven't done it in a while, but I think, when, and
Which one, Ross?
Yeah,
They
yeah,
came before the board for the thing and it was denied.
Yeah.
yeah, okay. My mind ain't.
but I mean,
Because of the traffic
it was
and some of the other
like
stuff.
really quick. We didn't have a whole lot of time. They were down the line.
So it
To actually
didn't
work
go
through
on,
that.
they didn't do it. and that's
Correct.
Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Manager?
Sometimes it is confusing when we consider special temporary use permits versus special exceptions. Special exceptions allow for some permanency. Gatorback has a special exception to operate motocross. Now, it does have a 5-year sunset, but they don't have to come back every time they want, not a 5-year sunset, a 5-year review period. But they don't have to come back for every motocross event. The Rosses were looking for a special temporary use permit for one event. Pat Post has come to this commission 4 times for special temporary use permits for one event to do concerts. And this commission has said to them, we'd prefer for you to go get a special exception in agriculture like gatorback cats. This codifies that request. When Pat comes forth, it won't be broad that I want to have, I'm planning to do, music events. It would be your code allows you to offer a special exception for a rural event center, and I want to create a rural event center. I don't want to get rid of my rural agricultural designation. I just want to have a rural event center, and on occasion, 4 times a year, we may have a country music concert or a concert out there. So that would be an example of one that's real in Newberry. I would tell you there is another one in the pipeline. They want to have a rural event center that they would, and it's more of a rural conference center. But same thing, it would be well and septic. It's out, the rural setting is what they need for the field that they're trying to get. It's like a wedding venue. It's like Pat's concert venue. These are in rural areas, and the commission would condition them with whatever constraints they feel is important. With Gatorback, you said you can only have a certain number of events of a year, and you have to do all these things to satisfy the fire marshal, and you can't have fireworks or things of that nature. So to the mayor's point, this is safer than the commercial neighborhood. Once you get commercial neighborhood zoning, you can do anything in that zoning category. This is kind of like commercial neighborhood light. We can give you the approval of some of the things in commercial neighborhood, but it's very specific, and you can't do anything outside of what we're giving you approval for.
Commissioner Coleman.
Yeah, what I like about it is, once again, is that you can give and you can take away if they're not conforming. This other way, either they're gonna do it without our permission, which gets scary sometimes, with parking and stuff, and you find out they're out there having a big party. So, I'm for this, big time.
Okay, Commissioner Clark, then come back, Commissioner, you want to give Commissioner Farnsworth?
Mike, was something like Pat Post stuff out there, they have over 300 people attend, so that really wouldn't fall under this.
No, this is for small-scale
Yeah.
rural event. That would fall under the other provision, under the special exception. Like
Great
Gatorback.
point. Great point.
That was my
Okay.
point.
Commissioner Martin, you've been particularly quiet on this. Got anything to add? Ready to vote, move on? All right.
There you go.
I had a motion from Commissioner Coleman, seconded by Commissioner Mazon, or was it made by Commissioner Mazon? And seconded by Commissioner Coleman? No. Motion by Commissioner Coleman, seconded, I had it right first time. Okay, any last questions? Does the public have any questions or comments on this motion? Oh, we're doing a roll call. Commissioner Coleman? Commissioner Clark? Commissioner Farnsworth?
No.
Commissioner Martin? Commissioner Mazon? Motion passes 41, Commissioner Farnsworth in dissent. That was 11. On to 12. Right, yes. Now, guys, the 12, the rest of these should be house cleaning. We're going from county to Newberry, seem like we're rushing through, but we're just moving from one annexation to another. Item 12 is legislative. Mr. Attorney, would you please read ordinance 2021-29/CPA 21-13 into the record for us?
An ordinance of the City of Newberry, Florida, amending ordinance number 4-91 as amended, relating to the amendment of the future land use plan map of the City of Newberry Comprehensive Plan under the expedited amendment procedures established in sections 163.318(4), 2, and 3 Florida statutes, and in conformance with sections 163.3161 through 163.3215 of the Florida statutes, providing for a change in future land use classification from Alachua County rural agricultural less than or equal to 1 dwelling unit per 5 acres to City of Newberry agriculture less than or equal to 1 dwelling unit per 5 acres on certain lands within the corporate limits of the City of Newberry, Florida, which have been annexed thereto. Tax parcel numbers 01861-001-001, 01861-001-000, and 1858-000-000, consisting of approximately 237.92 contiguous acres, providing severability, repealing all ordinances in conflict, and providing an effective date. The appropriate motion is to pass ordinance number 2021-29 as read by title only.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Wendy,
sir.
take it away.
This is an application to change the future land use on a large-scale plan amendment that was sent to the DEO for their review, for the state review. This is your second public hearing to change the future land use map, and that the ordinance may be adopted on second reading. This is the location of the property. This is a closer look. It's the 3 parcels that are located on the west side of Northwest 202nd Street, approximately a half mile south of Northwest 46th Avenue, changing from Alachua County Rural Agriculture to City of Newberry Agriculture. So it's your second reading. The Planning and Zoning Board recommended approval. The City Commission approved on first reading and transmitted it to the state for review. There were no comments received requiring any response or noting any impacts. So the recommendation is to enact ordinance 2021-29 to approve CPA 2113 on second reading.
Thank you, ma'am. Any questions for staff? Do I have a motion to approve?
Move to approve.
I have a motion from Commissioner Clark, a second from Commissioner Martin. Any comments, questions on the motion on the floor from the dais? Any public comments or questions on the motion on the floor? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Moving on to item 13, another legislative public hearing, ordinance 2021-73/CPA 21-29. Mr. Attorney, would you please read that on first reading into the record?
Mr. Mayor, this is an ordinance of the City of Newberry, Florida, amending ordinance number 4-91 as amended, relating to the amendment of the future land use plan map of the City of Newberry Comprehensive Plan of 50 or fewer acres of land under the small-scale development amendment procedures established under the small-scale amendment provisions of Section 163.3187 of Florida statutes as amended, providing for a change in land use classification from Alachua County rural agricultural less than or equal to 1 dwelling unit per 5 acres to City of Newberry agriculture less than or equal to 1 dwelling unit per 5 acres on certain lands within the corporate limits of the City of Newberry, Florida. Tax parcel number 04370-001-000, consisting of approximately 4.27 contiguous acres of land, providing severability, repealing all ordinances in conflict, and providing an effective date. Appropriate motion is to pass ordinance number 2021-73 as read by title only.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Jackson, take it away.
Hello. The parcel, the 4.27 acres are on the south side of Newberry Road, west of 170th Street. All that same stuff. There it is, zoned ag, or future land use of ag.
I asked her to do that. We have all this in our backup material, so I told her to get to the important stuff.
And the Planning and Zoning Board voted unanimously to recommend to the City Commission their approval of, or your approval of the ordinance. And staff recommends approval of the ordinance on its first reading.
Thank you, ma'am. Any questions for staff? There are no questions. I'll entertain a motion. I have a motion from Commissioner Martin, second from Commissioner Maison. Any comments or questions from the dais on the motion on the floor? Any public comments or questions on the motion on the floor? Hearing none, all those in favor, are you raising your hand, ma'am? No? Your hand went up like that to get around Ms. Jackson. I was just making sure you weren't trying to get mine. You bought it.
Correct. For your date, is that the right date?
Yes.
The date is
Wait, 20. Which?
2021.
I didn't bring my glasses.
December 6, 2022.
Yes, it should be 2021. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Amend your motion to correct that scrivener's error. And you amend your second.
And note it on Ms. Jackson's performance.
So noted. Right?
Ms. Jackson, you did a great job.
All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Motion passes unanimously. On to 14. We're back in quasi judicial. I'm going to ask the attorney if you'll read ordinance 2021-30/LDR 21-21 into the record, please.
An ordinance of the City of Newberry, Florida, an amendment of the official zoning atlas for the rezoning of less than 5% of the total land area of the city pursuant to an application by the City of Newberry, amending the official zoning atlas of the City of Newberry land development regulations, providing for rezoning from Alachua County Agriculture A zoning district to the City of Newberry Agriculture A zoning district on certain lands within the corporate limits of the City of Newberry, Florida, which have been annexed thereto. Tax parcel numbers 01861-001-001, 01861-001-000, and 1858-000-000, consisting of approximately contiguous 237.92 acres of land, providing severability, repealing all ordinances in conflict, providing an effective date. The appropriate motion is to pass ordinance number 2021-30 upon its reading by title only.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Wendy, go ahead and give us a staff overview. If applicant's not present, launch right into that staff recommendation.
Okay, this is the rezoning aspect of the plan amendment that you just approved 2 items ago for CPA 2113. This is changing the zoning from the county to the city classification. It's a large-scale property, so it's well over 50 acres. Second public hearing, you're able to adopt the ordinance. This is the 3 parcels that are over to the west of Northwest 202nd Street and south of 46th Avenue. The recommendation of the Planning and Zoning Board was for approval, and the City Commission voted on first reading to approve the application back in October. And now that you have approved the plan amendment, and based on the state's review, no issues, the recommendation is to approve, to enact this ordinance on second reading.
Thank you, ma'am. Do we have any members of the public who are here to speak to this agenda item? We give 3 minutes to do so. Seeing none, we're going to go all the way down to member decision-making body. Do you have any questions for staff? Seeing none, we'll enter into deliberations. If there are no deliberations, I'll have a motion to approve, deny, continue.
Move to approve.
I have a motion from Commissioner Clark, second from Commissioner Martin. Any comments, questions, motion floor from the dais? From the public? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Motion passes unanimously. We're on to 15, still in quasi-judicial. Mr. Attorney, would you please read ordinance 2021-74/LDR 21-27 into the record for us?
An ordinance of the City of Newberry, Florida relating to the rezoning of approximately 4.27 acres, more or less, pursuant to an application by the property owner of said acreage, amending the official zoning atlas of the City of Newberry land development regulations, providing for the rezoning from Alachua County Agricultural A zoning district to the City of Newberry Agricultural A zoning district on certain lands within the corporate limits of the City of Newberry, Florida. Tax parcel number 04370-001-000, providing severability, repealing all ordinances in conflict, providing an effective date. Appropriate motion is to pass ordinance number 2021-74 as read by title only.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Jackson, welcome back. We'll try to ignore the scrivener's error from last time, do a better job this time.
Hopefully
all right.
it's not in this one too. This is the zoning portion of that same parcel from 2 items ago. Again, it's on the south side of Newberry Road. And it would be rezoned from Alachua County Ag to City of Newberry Ag. And this is its first reading. This one went before the Planning and Zoning Board on January 3rd. They voted unanimously to recommend to this commission approval. And then staff's recommendation is to approve the ordinance on first reading, contingent upon the approval of the ordinance that was already approved.
Thank you, ma'am. Do we have any members of the public here to speak to this agenda item? Seeing none, we're going to go to member decision-making body. Do you have any questions? Commissioner Colvin.
Yeah, is it setting up an enclave right there?
It should all be ag.
Remember, we have an agreement with the county now on how to define enclaves, right? So if even if it's filling in an already existing, we agree that that's the way to close those out at the end. Okay, good question. Any other questions of staff? All right. Would you like to make a final argument, Mr. Jackson?
We'll put that on your performance.
He's on tonight. Okay, we'll enter into deliberations. If there are no deliberations, I'll have a motion to approve, continue, deny, continue.
Motion to approve.
Motion from
Second.
Commissioner Maison, second from Commissioner Coleman. Any comments, questions on the motion floor from the dais? Seeing none, any public comments on the motion on the floor? Seeing none, all those in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Motion passes unanimously. We are on to item 16, back to legislative, and a second reading of ordinance 2021-57/CPA 21-23. Mr. Attorney, would you please read that into the record?
An ordinance of the City of Newberry, Florida, amending ordinance number 4-91 as
I'm
amended.
sorry, are we continuing these two items?
The four. The last four items are being continued.
So we're done.
Hey, we all, which ones are being?
Should we should have.
I think I was about 30 minutes from my wife, because that one was 10:15.
Now you go.
I apologize. I just saw my little note off here to the side that I forgot about.
Why we stopped? 72 inch. You what?
Mr. Mayor, some that we advertised for consideration for second reading did not come back from the state. And because they're advertised, we have to have them, and because they have to get back from the state, we have to postpone them to date certain. I think staff is determining which of those, Brian and Wendy are determining which four of those are being deferred. I believe they're just going to be deferred to the next meeting.
I have continued to date certain of January 24th, which is the next meeting. Brian, before now we still got comments. Now you get to walk out the door.
I put up in my pocket.
Are these four being continued? Did we get it right?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, these are the four that represent the land use and zoning change from county to city for the Farm Gate property, 254 acres up on the north side, and the Dudley Farms properties.
Okay. All right. So 16 through 18 will be continued to date certain of January 24th. I'm sorry, did I say 19? 16 through 19. 16 through 19, thank you. Which takes us to comments. City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I'd like to start my comments off by wishing Commissioner Farnsworth a very happy birthday. I believe he turned 29 this week, so happy birthday, Commissioner Farnsworth. Mr. Mayor, also like to announce publicly the winner of the citywide, and I mean citywide, it included City Commission, City Attorney's Office, contest to see who was the best prognosticator for how the national championship game would turn out. And one of our newest employees who, when she submitted her response, says, I really don't know anything about football, but here's my guess. So she, Sierra Nyberg, is the champion, and made all of those, all of us that feel like that we, have to use mathematical formulas to guess the score, look poor. So we have vowed to repeat the contest very soon, maybe for the Super Bowl, and try to avenge the loss. And I would tell you that it was a very dark and gloomy day around City Hall all day today, because I just couldn't deal with the fact that Georgia won anything. It's one of the worst days of my career, having to acknowledge that Georgia won a national championship. Mr. Mayor, the Florida legislature convened today to start the, I think it's 128th legislative session. So it's going to get busy in terms of legislative issues. One of the bills that I got highlighted today is that the state is contemplating legislation that would hold cities liable for passing ordinances that can be perceived as causing businesses in their city limits to lose revenues. Liable to lawsuit. So I've already had a conversation with some of our delegation about, hey, that's kind of broad, and it seems to me like y'all can pass laws that negatively impact, and I gave an example of a wastewater plant being required to construct a wastewater plant that adds $15 million to our planned expectation cost, that maybe cities could sue the state for those types of unfunded mandates. So it's going to get fun. It always is. The legislative sessions are always an attack on cities, and we have to find a way to educate without necessarily being obstinate and Pollyannies. So that's going on. There will be a few trips scheduled to Tallahassee to meet with our legislature, speak to the things that are important to this commission and our community, advocate for those things, and maybe educate on areas that we think could be detrimental. One of the other items that's on the consideration list is general fund transfer for electric utilities. We transfer 5%. I know one city that transfers more than 25% of their electric revenues, which seems super unfair, but their millage rate is less than 1. And they have their reasons for doing it. So it's something that we'll be having lots of conversations about and sharing how these things might impact Newberry with our legislators. Mr. Mayor, this Friday, there's the Newberry Area Chamber of Commerce. The recently renamed Newberry Area Chamber of Commerce is holding an after-hours event. You all have flyers on the dais. The City Commission is invited. It's Because It Matters Fitness Center in Countryway Town Center. Begins Friday at 5:30. Just a chance to meet some of the other business owners, get together and have a little bit of networking. We have a new business ribbon cutting that we are planning. The business is Platinum Finance and Tax. It's located in the same building as the Blend. They've actually been open for just a little bit, it's kind of a soft open, and now we're going to try to have a grand opening and ribbon cutting event for them. That will be Thursday the 20th at 4 p.m. We will get that on everyone's calendar so that you can have the opportunity to attend. And Mr. Mayor, finally, next Monday, the city will be closed for regular operations in observance of Martin Luther King Day. We'll also be conducting our regular celebration event related to Martin Luther King. That will begin by meeting at City Hall around 11. I believe there's photos planned, and then a walk to the Martin Luther King Center around 11:30 with a program that'll begin at noon, light lunch, and probably that'll come to a conclusion around 1 p.m. Want to invite the commission and all of the general public to attend this event. It's usually a really nice event. Our staff works very hard to make sure it is a nice event. So, Mr. Mayor, that concludes my comments.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Mr. Attorney.
Happy New Year and happy birthday, Monty. That's all I have.
Thank you, sir.
And Mr. New. Happy birthday.
Madam Clerk.
Just want to wish everybody a Happy New Year and also happy birthday to all of our birthday people here tonight. And I think Commissioner Clark has one coming up in January as well. So hope you have a good evening.
Great month for birthdays.
Thank you, ma'am. Let's go backwards. Commissioner Maison.
Well, you gonna go backwards?
Go back, mix it up. Mix it up.
Let's do that. Happy New Year to everybody. Happy birthday, Coach. Happy birthday, belated Monte and future Clark. Yeah? All right. Old guys. Three amigos. Old three amigos. All right, so I have a couple things. I wanted to give recognitions to Mr. Matt. This past weekend, I had a question. I had a little irrigation going on at the house, and he was working across the street. Roto-Rooters, if anybody know Matt, the owner? No? Anyways, so he was across the street, and he actually he helped me out. He gave me some great advice, saved me a lot of money, and so I wanted to give him some props. Number two, are you guys familiar with Arepas, Miyoko? The little food truck. Are you familiar with their son, the condition that he's in right now? He has cancer, and so he's going through therapy. And so they got a GoFundMe going on right now. So for anyone that can contribute, it is gofund.me/348 lowercase c 338 lowercase b. So that's all I have for tonight.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate that. Commissioner Martin.
I just want to wish everybody a Happy New Year, happy birthday to you guys here. A lot of great things kind of going on. Lots of sports happening over at the high school. I know, I think the town square has music on Saturday night. So you can order food and then go sit out there. They've got a bunch of tables out there. And I'm just looking forward to 2022.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Farnsworth.
Yeah, I'd like to wish Mike a happy birthday, and Mark a happy birthday, and
Birthdays for all.
Birthdays for all. A lot of good people were born in January. Elvis, Richard Nixon, and the list goes on. And are you a Capricorn, Mike?
I am.
Mark? No? Well, you know, Jesus was a Capricorn, and I ain't saying we're Jesus or anything, but we're close to it. And Happy New Year to everybody.
I'm speechless. Thank you, sir.
I'll make it short. Happy New Year to everyone. I'm glad to be back. We got a lot of things going in the city. I know we do. I've had a discussion with our city manager, a lot of good info, and the mayor. Happy birthday to, there again, you old guys. I'm not there yet. But I would like to also say, on the commission side, I would like to the city to start the contact to Clay Electric to discuss electric territory as we grow our city, and our city limits goes. Mike knows what the feel is here, but I'd like for that discussion to start.
And before we go to Commissioner Coleman, I think that what that request is especially inside the urban services area.
That's exactly where it's at.
We want,
As
so
we
it's not
grow.
just Clay, it's any other operating system inside the urban services area.
Anything in the urban service area, which also would include, I forget about Central Florida a lot, but they, yeah, either or, both.
Well, in Central Florida, does Duke operate inside the urban services area?
Duke, Mr. Mayor,
No, they're not
they have 2 residents within our city limits.
Okay.
And they may barely be in the 3-mile radius because they're right up against the county line north of 26. So it's hard to say, but we evaluated, they were willing to give them to us. But the line extension that we would have to do that was pretty expensive,
Yeah.
and we didn't think that we could recover that revenue in maybe the next 100 years or so, and so we just haven't pursued it.
But the last time we did this, Central Florida stance was basically go deal with Clay, and whatever Clay agrees to, we'll agree to. So I would say if we need to put this on an agenda for a conversation, then I think we should. But right now, I think what the commissioner's asking, let's just get that ball rolling and let's find out what that looks like. But it's whoever's in the urban services area.
As we grow.
Want to control. As we grow, we want to be able to take it over. Commissioner Farnsworth?
Mike, I was just curious, what is our percentage revenue from the city-owned electric versus the fees that we charge Clay Electric and all?
The franchise fees.
Franchise fees.
Franchise fees.
We currently set our general fund transfer at 5%, which is lower than industry standard. I would say industry standard is close to 8%, but our commission considered that some years ago. They've set it at 5%. We talk about it every year during the budget process, and that seems to be the right number for our community. Franchise fees typically are 6%, but we collect just a hair less than that. We negotiated a 4% franchise fee, which steps up to 4.5%, eventually gets to 5.5% over the life of the franchise agreement. The thought is that once we term out on the franchise agreement, it's a 30-year agreement, that it would continue at the 5.5% on into forever. So in terms of a percentage of revenue, we're roughly the same, 4% for the franchises and 5% for our electric customers. We have the option of changing that franchise fee or the general fund transfer for our own residents at any city commission meeting, but we usually talk about it once a year. We've never done that in my tenure here. Franchise fees, you don't get to change discretionarily. You've signed a 30-year agreement and it's set for 30 years.
But I think that would be part of the conversation. Take it, franchise it, let's make that kind of decision. Is that all you got, Commissioner Clark? Commissioner Coleman, save the best for the last.
No, I'm not gonna be long. Happy birthday, Commissioner. Are you Aquarius?
No, Capricorn.
Okay.
You didn't hear the Jesus?
Okay. Happy birthday to my son, Reese. Happy birthday to Mark Clark's wife, Denise. Seeing he forgot to mention her.
It was yesterday.
And last but not least, our retired mayor, Bill Conrad.
That's right.
And
That's
I
a
hope-
fake birthday, but you can go ahead and wish him happy birthday.
And I hope everybody ate their black eyes and ate greens and gonna be rich and lucky and hope we have a great new year. Oh, Mike, I forgot, well, he's right there.
Yeah.
Mike New, 59 years old.
I'm feeling the love over here.
I'm sorry, Mike.
Okay, have we missed anybody else have a birthday in January? We're handing them out. Happy birthday! Happy birthday!
Oh man, what?
Happy birthday, man!
What is
It really was birthday for you. Birthday for you.
My question is, you go back 8 months from January.
Well, hey, careful now.
I know, but that's right in the spring, right?
I mean, the normal
Oh,
is
it's 10
9
months to have a
months.
baby.
9 months. It's been a long time for you. It's all right.
I know, hey,
Yeah.
it's COVID fog. All right. No, I love everybody, every one of y'all, and please be careful going home tonight.
Thank you, sir. I'll keep mine brief as well. You know, that there's one thing I think that I'm still not quite clear on when it comes to these traffic studies. I know we had a conversation earlier at the BOA meeting, and I wasn't trying to hold that applicant up, but it seems to me like if this commission is approving businesses that can have trip counts up to 500 without letting FDOT know about it, and you approve X number of those, then at some point in time, those 500 trip counts begin to add up, and we have a situation where we've got 200 plus construction trucks coming out of one side of the street, and you got 100 parents dropping off kids on the other side of the street, and then you have another business with 500 right there. I know we've had, in the recent last 6 months, a couple of really bad car crashes right there. At some point, I'd like staff to educate us on what is the system of communication up the ladder to FDOT. I don't think that applicant needs to put in a turn lane or any of those kinds of things, but I do think it is a completely pertinent conversation, and it is our due diligence to have that conversation up here to say, you know, who have we let known that we're increasing the traffic flow, especially when it comes to children. I want to let folks know, if anybody's still watching us at 10 o'clock at night, because I often hear that all the city of Newberry does is build houses. Last year we issued 123 building permits for houses, as Brian told us, but we also issued 40 business licenses. So in my mind, that's a 1 in 3 ratio of businesses to businesses to residential. That's not a bad ratio. I mean, 40 businesses, you know, one business for every 3 houses. I'd say that's pretty doggone good, right? I would stack that up against any other city relatively our size to see if they're having the same kind of business growth that we're having. This is our first meeting since Christmas, our meeting. So I want to say to you guys and to everybody at home, just a thank you to all of the staff that did such an amazing job on Christmas this year. I had nothing but compliments about how well beautiful downtown was decorated, how it felt like a Hallmark movie, and just everybody had a great time. I look forward to accepting the city of Alachua's challenge. They have issued, their chamber over there has issued a challenge to us about becoming the Christmas capital of Alachua County. They want to compete, so we got to bring it next year. We'll be talking to our chamber on Friday about meeting their chamber's challenge. Commissioner?
Yes, I'd like to see the reindeers here this year. That way we can win.
We'll get to working on that.
If we need to call them now, let's do it.
Yeah. We'll,
thank you, Mike.
And I believe that we've already decided that that's something we're going to try to do At least every other year, keep it fresh. Fine, I look forward to working with all you guys for another year, right? 2022, right? We'll have an election proclamation at the next meeting, is that right? Next meeting, we'll proclaim the election and talk all that stuff through. But I appreciate all of y'all's willingness to engage in such robust conversations this meeting for such a long period of time. Thank you all. And public comments. Come on down. You've waited patiently all night. You found the Scrivener's error.
She comes by us often, so
Good evening. My name is Lisa Darling. And thank you, Mayor Marlowe, and to the commissioners and the attorney and Mr. Mike New and everybody else on the commission. I'd like to say Happy New Year, happy birthday to everyone. I wasn't going to say anything, but I do really want to thank you all for for purchasing and installing the new printer at the Martin Luther King Center. Whoa. It is very well needed, and we're now able to print the students' reports from Skyward, and they're going to be doing some reports as well for the Martin Luther King. So I want to say thank you all, and it's been a wonderful meeting.
Well, we appreciate that. Thank you so much. Miss Peggy?
What a wonderful day. What a wonderful new year. Please, God, make it better.
All right. Thank you. That's